home run with PP.
Yes. Good evening, good afternoon, good morning, wherever you're listening in from. Welcome to yet another episode of Home Run Pipi kama kawaida. Hapa hivi ndio tunaanza shughuli yetu ya wiki. I hope you had a great weekend, well rested. Mimi niko hapa hivi niko live. Yaani mimi naweza sema kama niko very energetic. Yes, and kama kawaida we Yes, of course, kama kawaida mnavyojua kwenye home run pipi tunaanzanga inaitwa na high note. And of course on that high note we have to get to understand what is going on various parts of the world.
Ladies and gentlemen, join Home Run with PP every weekday from 4 p.m. to 9 p.m. only on X Spaces. Home Run with PP, the home of your most valuable social conversations.
Yes, thank you so much for tuning in to on Home Run PP. We happen here each and every weekday from 4 p.m. all the way to 9 p.m. Here on X Spaces, and of course you can check it out. I have a new video out featuring, of course, Shanky Austin on our YouTube channel. It's a 2-hour video. Wale ambao mwelewi content ya masaa kidogo, hapo ndo mambo yenu inawapata. Just go check out the new video. My Journey series featuring Austin Shanky is out right now on HRWP. Make sure you've subscribed to the channel as well to help us get to that 1,000 subscriber mark. Yes, while also at that, I also wanted to point out to you that hapa hivi kwenye home run tunaangalianga nini inaendelea kwenye news. And I see right now Mudavadi has over 2 million Western Kenyan votes key to President Ruto re-election, blah blah blah. That is what has caught my eye. But I wanted to talk about the unemployment crisis in Kenya today as part of Investment Monday. Wacha nilikuwa nimesahau kwamba sija connect mrututu kwenye bluetooth. Hello. Mambo ya uzeni haya. Kata hiyo. Yes. Sija connect mrututu kwenye mtandao, nataka kuwachezea hiyo video ya hiyo article ambayo leo ndio itakuwa basis for our conversation. Itakuwa basis for our conversation hapa hivi kwenye Home Run with PP.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
Welcome to Home Run with PP.
My conversation today is on unemployment on Home Run with PP. And now I'm just a minute from playing that conversation that is going to be shaping our conversation today from Citizen. Listen.
Employment among the youth has been described by President William Ruto and his predecessor as a ticking time bomb. Both governments have attempted various interventions with the affordable housing program, the most debated. And while Ruto's government is now pushing the labor export agenda, it is a widely accepted principle world over that job creation should be largely driven by private sector, with government responsible for creating a conducive business environment.
While the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics reported a 4.1% growth in formal sector wage employment and a 4.5% growth in informal sector employment, but that was in 2023, the Federation of Kenya Employers paints a bleak picture of the 2024 business environment. FKE putting the number of Kenyans who've been declared redundant that they've been notified of between 2022 and 2024 at 5,567. The real figure is much higher. This has, however, been disputed by the Central Organization of Trade Unions. CMC Motor's announcement that it plans to shut down its operations in Kenya, Uganda and Tanzania is the latest to spark fears of redundancy. Prior to that, there was Base Titanium and G4S, to name a few. In a country where 3.5 million youth are unemployed and not in education or training, according to the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, this sparks fear. While the government is focused on creating employment opportunities abroad,
National employment, mimi ni chairman na kazi yangu ni kuhakikisha kwamba vijana wamepata kazi huko nje.
The Federation of Kenya Employers has sounded the alarm that the private sector is shrinking.
And this included low demand, liquidity constraints, rising costs, challenging tax regime, frequent legislative changes, a shrinking market, and a loss of competitiveness. These challenges have strained employers, reduced productivity, and hindered job creation. And they have also led to redundancies, closure of businesses.
The Federation of Kenya Employers putting the number of companies, its members, that have declared redundancies in the last 3 years at 57, and the number of Kenyans affected at 5,567.
This totality of factors has made it very difficult for employers to maintain the numbers of employees that they had. And I think it's also been in the public domain that more companies than I've talked about have exited this market.
That is propaganda of the highest order to instill fear in our negotiators when it comes to renewing terms and conditions of service. And 50 companies or several companies to move out of Kenya, you will know.
FKE has made several recommendations to the government to improve the business environment, including an end to the raid on payslips.
The employers appeal to the government not to introduce any new taxes that could burden businesses and increase payroll deductions.
Currently, the statutory deductions are being pegged on total earnings. Previously, it was pegged on the basic pay.
Other recommendations include honoring of collective bargaining agreements, among other measures.
Also ensuring timely payment of bills, including clearance of pending bills, strengthening accountability and transparency in budget making and execution to curb waste, fraud, and abuse.
Once it's complete, maybe
Let's
on.
Welcome, Home Run with Pippi.
You're listening to Home Run, the people. Ladies and gentlemen, it comes to each and every weekday from 4 p.m. all the way to 9 East African. And I'd like to say thank you so much for being here with me. And we're just getting started. On Monday, we always talk about investment. And yesterday, the KNBS had come out and said we have about 3.6 million unemployed Kenyans. Yeah. And they said it looks like it's going to be even higher soon. Yeah. And KNBS says a repeat of census as orderly by court. Wanasema wanaweza kwa sababu ya wanataka kurudishwa tena kufanya census. But from their survey, they said 3.5 million Kenyans were unemployed. And you know the ballooning wage bill is killing the employed already. Look at how right now the doctors, I saw that teachers and police officers are now not covered under Minet because they have not been paid billions of shillings. Hey. Saina hospitali zitaanza kufungwa, by the way, because of non-payment, and people are the quality of health is actually going to go down. Yeah, so that is something maybe I would want to point out. Now, and speaking of that, the young men of and women of our country stand unemployed. Yeah, 2 years ago, I found myself in such a situation without a job. Yeah, and it has been a crazy one. Yeah. For those people who have been unemployed for a long time, you understand what I say when you say that unafika mahali unaona hakuna mbele wala nyuma. And that is the sad reality that our youth right now are facing. Wako nyumbani na hawajui pa kuenda. They don't know where they're going. They're going to work tomorrow or not. Ukiapply makazi unaambiwa you're not qualified. You know, you lack experience, but where are you gonna get the experience if there is no job for you to go and try get that work experience? And you know, there was an unfortunate incident this morning. There was this lady who was telling me, mbona mnataka kuwa employed? I'm like, how many people have the talent to be artists, actors, and how many positions are there for such talent? Either way, because sisi tunaingia kwa hizo talent and all we get is drama. Saa zingine una kaziwa kuingia. Look at journalists, unaenda unasoma journalism, wanakuja wanapatia PP, alifanya maths. So that is something that also we need to talk about. So yeah, if you like what you're doing, ingia pale hivi kwenye Tipja line 0721948229 is the support line, and I also see Teddy Mwang in the building. Shout out to you, Eli Likuyani, Betty Mbas Liech, nakuona pale ndani, Eugene, nakuona pale kwa Panto. Big up to you, Emmanuel, as well. So yes, there's a big issue. Unemployment is a big issue, and I would like us to address it today, because they said like 3.5 million Kenyans are jobless. This is crazy.
All right, now unemployment among the youth has been described by President William Ruto and his predecessor as a ticking time bomb.
Yes, that is the word, ticking time bomb. That unemployment in Kenya has been described as a ticking time bomb. Imagine watu wako na madegree hapa nje, wako na masters and also unajua wameshindwa kupata kazi. Yes, this is a very sad reality. Na leo nataka tu nisikize wale watu wenye wamekuwa na unemployment experience and what it means to be unemployed, because it is a very sad thing to be, yani unashindwa kujisimamia na uko na miguu na mikono but umekosa opportunity. Unajua unemployment is a lack of opportunity to practice your skills. Yeah? So if you lack opportunity to practice your skills, then you are useless. You feel like you're nothing. DJ Humid, how are you doing? DJ Nyazi.
Poa.
Karibu sana.
Asante.
Uko na maoni kwa hii conversation ya leo?
Unaingia sasa hivi, acha kwanza nisikize.
Haya, utatusikizia pale kwenye listener, alafu unakuja wakati uko na chance. Kindly, when you come to the mic, make sure you have something to tell us about the topic of the day. Of course, youth unemployment, a ticking time bomb. That is the word the president and also Uhuru Kenyatta have used in terms of describing these crisis you get. And right now they're saying about 3.5 million Kenyans are jobless. Scare.
Both governments have attempted various interventions with the affordable housing program, the most debated. And while Ruto's government is now pushing the labor export agenda, it is a widely accepted principle world over that job creation should be largely driven by private sector, with government responsible for creating a conducive business environment.
While the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics reported a 4.1% growth in formal sector wage employment and a 4.5% growth in informal sector employment, but that was in 2023, the Federation of Kenya Employers paints a bleak picture of the 2024 business environment. FKE putting the number of Kenyans who've been declared redundant that they've been notified.
So these are people who are redundant, people who have been told your roles have been replicated in this or in this office. So you are now declared redundant. The Federation of Kenya Employers is saying it's more than 5,000 Kenyans have been declared redundant in a year. Last year, I'm like, what? So you can imagine how tough it's getting here. Like if you're now getting people who are now being told, hey, bana, you're redundant. These are people who are skilled. Wanakuja sasa kwa industry, hata wao pia wako jobless. Oh my God. And you know what that means? They push us back because now companies that will be hiring, if they will be hiring, they will go for these people who have been declared redundant because they at least know one or two things about the companies, which means they will not be going through a lot of training. Anyway, request the microphone and talk to me. I see Betty in the building. Shout out to you, Betty. Nakona pale Richie, big up to you as well. And also Capivin. Ingia pale hivi kwenye mic and talk to us. That report from Citizen today is the basis for our conversation. Youth unemployment is a ticking time bomb. What do we solve it? A lady was telling me that that is a very annoying take. That the Burundians and Rwandans are coming to Kenya and doing business while sisi tuko busy tukilia tuko broke. Yeah.
This is Home Run with PP.
Quarter past 5 p.m. Welcome to Home Run in PP. Of course, this is the first show of the week. I hope you're doing amazing wherever you're listening in from. My name is MC Peter. Go to YouTube. HRWP is the channel. Subscribe and check out our latest video featuring Shanky Austin. Of course, we posted it last night. You gotta check it out. It's an amazing video featuring Austin Shanky. Now, Betty, how are you doing?
Okay, Peter, I'm doing great. Happy New Week. Happy New Week.
Happy New Month. It's our first show for February.
Oh, it's a happy new month and a happy new week. Actually, about unemployment, I think the biggest challenge is our education system. Our education system have failed us because we can't all fit in those offices, in those zinatangwa nini, hizo kazi za suti zinatangwaje, white collar jobs. We can't all fit on those jobs. So I guess we're supposed to create an education system that supports even those who are dunderhead, if you can call them like that. Like unajua nilikuwa naona a certain video in China where kindergarten kids wanafunzwa basic skills like kujitegemea wakiwa wadogo sana. You know that ati mtoto wa kindergarten anaweza jenga nyumba, anaweza jipikia na wakule hizo chakula, but our kindergarten kids all they know is read, sing, sleep. I guess our education system has failed us also. We're supposed to embrace basic skills of life. Ukipata basic skills of life, like upate skills za mkono, sijui zinaitangwa aje. This will help us curb unemployment because our youths will be out there pengine wanashona, wanajua kujenga nyumba. Ukitoka high school, if you can't qualify to go to university, unaweza pata like basic skills is what we are supposed to be teaching our kids in school. Because unapata, I saw that video, a Chinese like kama mtoto kadogo kanajenga nyumba ya bricks, a very beautiful house. Imagine that kid akifika higher level, this will be an architecture in future. I think we're supposed to embrace this. Also, the urban rural migration. I think hiyo ndio the key factor yenye imefanya most youths wakose job, because they think nikimaliza shule I'm supposed to go to Nairobi to find a greener pasture. Then wafika Nairobi unapata Nairobi ni shamba la mawe, sipati kazi nilikuwa nakuja kutafuta huku. Ndio naambiwa if you come to Nairobi kupata kazi it's so easy. So unafika ground and you find yourself so depressed. It's not like the way you're being told. So can our government at least build our mashinani, like build develop our mashinani so that we can curb this rural urban migration. Yet venye watu wakuji Nairobi kutafuta kazi, they don't have to go to towns to look for jobs. Even when they're in mashinani, they can create their own jobs. Can they facilitate like better farming conditions for our farmers? Because right now, even the farming sector, the agriculture sector imeanguka. Because even finding a fertilizer, it's so hard. Like hata kupata where you'll sell those products of your shamba, it's so hard. I think these are the factors that we're supposed to look on. Thank you, Pipita. Wacha niwapatie chance nikisikiza. Hizo zilikuwa my 2 senses.
Welcome to Home Run with Pippi.
You know, I sat down some time back and I was analyzing my life, and I realized I have not had a chance to break even for in terms of, getting money and living a good life. That is something that used to happen in our young age. When I look back, I would see our parents by 25. If they had gone to the university, then they had a sure direct line that they may make it in life. In those days, because there were very few graduates, there were others who were given money to get after campus immediately. But that one you'll have to be told by old people who are listening in. But sasa imefika, I think my generation is a generation of curses, because we have seen a lot of changes from analog to digital, from 844 to CBC. So there's been a lot of changes going on. And with that also, the generation has also seen a lot of unemployment. Wale watu wenye wako huko hivi juu kwenye kazi, they are not quitting, they are not resigning, they are actually pushing their years. And of course, there are no ways to pay all these people's salaries. So the government is not hiring. And if they are hiring on nepotism values. So there's that. So we are in one position where us as Africans to conjure. And I would like to have a conversation on how we can solve our unemployment, which I kind of feel like it's attacking time bomb. I even pointed it out when I was out there with Al Jazeera. I told them, "What, you guys? If you do not address this one, we are going to have a big problem." Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Home Run with PP. Of course, if you're wondering how Home Run with PP came to be, it is also a project of an unemployed Kenyan. Yeah, I had stayed at home for more than 6 months after my internship ended, actually more than 4 months, applying for jobs, getting rejected left, right, and center. But the day I applied for au pair, yeah, I realized that mambo imekuwa ngumu. Juu nilikuwa nimeanza ku request au pair for a country that I don't even speak their language. So venye waliniona wakanilenga haraka sana. So anyway, yote 9:10 ni I decided to start home run PP, but I am a mathematics graduate. Sasa kutafuta kazi ndio kitu ingine tena, ni kazi yenye si kuambiwa kwamba ni kazi. Yeah. So there is always that ish. Hii maisha yote, I went to campus, I really struggled to get this math degree, and now I can't even use it. Now I'm running a platform. Hey, jamani. Anyway, if you like what you're doing, pale hivi juu kuna tip line yangu ambayo ndio inanisaidia kuendeleza hii kazi mimi kama unemployed Kenyan. 0721948229 is the number. Saa zingine kama sasa hivi unakaa hivi na mtu anakuambia PP mazee, you should be saving. What are you saving? I'm unemployed. I'm living from hand to mouth, literally. Yeah. You are even unable to even pay for your insurance. Let's go to honest. Tusijibebebebe hapa. Etio sijui tuna complain ya kitu yenye hata hatuwezi afford kulipa per month. Yeah? It's not good. Ukiona mtu ameingia huyu sasa huyu ni nani? Ukiona mtu ameingia kwa inbox yako anakuambia Kianani inateseka, jua ni kubada. Tuna apply makazi hapa hivi unapata hata zingine. You know one thing I like about companies which want you to work from abroad, they will give you a chance to, you know, they wanakuandikianga wakwambia baba, pole sana kwa yale ambayo unapitia. Pole sana kwa yale ambayo unapitia. Alafu wanakuambia ukweli ni kwamba you are not qualified for this job, so we wish you the best huko mbele. Mimi nitaongelea kazi yenye ambayo ilinifanya nikaanza home run with VP. Inaitwa KRA tax assistant, revenue assistant. So we saw that newspaper ad, we applied for the job. All right, good. So watu wakachaguliwa wakaenda Eldoret kufanya paramilitary training. Wakati wako paramilitary training, watu wameshachaguliwa. Yeah? Ndio sisi tukatumia kitu inaitwa aptitude test tufanye. Tukafanya, tukatuma. So venye ile siku wale watu walikuwa wana report for work, ndio tulitumiwa ile message. After 2 weeks wamesha report kazi, tuambia unfortunately you are not able to make it. Hey, jamani. Huyo mzee alitolewa hapo, lakini bado alikuwa ameshafanya a lot of damage, man. A lot of damage. I've never seen that level of corruption with my own eyes. So yes, I want us to talk about what unemployment causes us, and of course we're also going to talk about that. Kuna ile interview fulani yenye Rigathi Gachagua, it's actually a speech that he did after the president in Mombasa. He said one very important thing. He said this, that there has been a very high decrease in terms of in values, in terms of hiring. In one of those security agencies with the 3 letters, he says that there has been so much nepotism that even top officers with skills have been sent to other departments and desk jobs. So you can imagine how crazy unemployment is caused by such vices. Anyway, asante sana kwa kutune in. I see General China is here with us. How are you doing, Generally?
Thank you very much, PP. I'm doing fine. So if I want to talk about the issue of unemployment, I'm one of the youths who are unemployed outside here. And it is very tough. So one thing I always say, the number one contributing factor of unemployment in Kenya is corruption and the nepotism. Yeah, it's just corruption and nepotism. Because me, personally, I've tried looking for a job in the county government. There's a time Nairobi county government was hiring health workers. So I decided to apply. Then we were very many. So I actually knew a certain MCA. I just forwarded for him my details. Nikamwambia, bro, since you are in the big office there, you can skuma for me this thing. You can imagine if the whole MCA is asking me if that those people want 50,000. So I was like wondering, bro, bana, what do you mean? They want 50,000 na you are the MCA and you are in the health sector, kwa unafanya hapo kwa county government of Nairobi, you are in the health sector, and still these people want money. Like, how does it work? Kama sasa ningeenda peke yangu, see, these people would be looking for more than 300 or 400k. So corruption is there and nepotism is there, and it is really blocking people. It is really blocking people outside here because it's a tendency. Like, if in Kenya right now you get into KRA, even if you go to KRA, sorry for people what you underwent at the KRA, but KRA is always full of nepotism. If you have your man mwenye anafanya hapo at the top, at the hem, you will employ hata nugus watafanya kazi hapo, watafixiwa even hata kama wanafanya as cleaners in that place, they will be in that place and they will be earning good money. So nepotism and corruption is the big issue that's affecting our employment field, and it is something you cannot solve because it is there. It even starts with the presidency. You saw how how he has drafted this government, his henchmen and his friends. The same way to these people who are employed in these places, if they get into those offices, their friends and henchmen come first is when they now plan their families, their family friends, their side chicks, their girlfriends, their ex-girlfriends. That's how it works. So it is very scary outside here. So that's why they just tell people to be, as much as it is like that, they always tell us to be aggressive, but you wonder, you will be aggressive in which company? And how can you be aggressive and you are not yet employed? You should be aggressive in your field of employment. After being employed, you be aggressive for you to maintain your position. But we are being told to be aggressive, to seek. Everywhere you go, these people want money. For the people who have tried looking for a job in a Kenyatta hospital, they can tell you numbers that you can't imagine. A number that yourself you have never touched in your own hands. Mtu anakuambia 500 Gs. Na wewe umetoka kwa maisha ya kuinama, you want to make ends meet, like upate job hapo KNH so that you can start making things in order. Someone tells you umpe 400 to 500. If you go to Mama Lucy, like recently they did even an application for locum health workers in that place. They are demanding almost 300. People are complaining. Hata interview jafanyika. So it's just hectic. It is corruption with full of nepotism. Na imebeba pia, like, it is just a crippled system. Hii ya Kenya inahitaji maombi. It is even more than prayers because you even wonder. You know, when you are in campus, you can be burning the midnight candle, say like, I just need to get the second class, even upper division, so that it can help me. So people strive even to do that. If you go there, you find that second class, upper division, or first class, muko wengi. So the basis on how they employ people, you even wonder. And it is something that is draining. It is draining. And unemployment also, imechangiwa sana na, there's jobs. There are places where there are jobs, but these people now have taken advantage of very many youths who are outside here. So instead of paying you good money, they pay you peanuts so that you can get discouraged and you leave. There are very many people who have actually quit their job because depending how with the taxation right now, people have resorted to quit. Right now, if someone want to employ you, your academic qualifications, akiangalia with that salary doesn't even match. Mtu anakuambia wewe ukiangalia qualification yako you are 50k and above, but mtu anakuambia because of the economic situations anataka kukupea 25 Kasongo deducts ile yake anachukua vile anachukua normal. So very many people are just discouraged. They just tend to go home and try normal works, they just try normal businesses outside there because it doesn't even work. So unemployment, it's a big issue. I don't know how it can be addressed because it has been issue. In every campaign period, we always see each and every aspirant talking about reducing the unemployment rate. After they finish their terms, you hear big numbers like, we manage 10 million. You wonder which these 10 million are they always people from Tanzania, people from Ethiopia, or people from Egypt? Because very many Kenyans are lying unemployed. That is why there are very many youths in the streets doing different side hustles. Graduates are now turned to be making around wanatengeneza simu pale Tao River Road. They have turned into that. Then you wonder, hii number yenye wanasemanga like 10 million, 5 million, 2 million are unemployed. I wonder in which place are they employed. So unemployment is it's like a sin. Hiyo ni kama, I don't know how to describe it. Hiyo ni pandemic. It is a pandemic on its own, because each and every place you go, people are unemployed. Leave alone even this issue of this unemployment that is caused by people shifting from the rural areas to urban areas. Hiyo ilikuwa ya history and government in high school. But now the reality, even in the villages, at the villages there are no jobs. At the county government, you know, the devolution brought everything even to the villages there. Still, there's no jobs there. People are being employed by whom you know. Even if you come to Nairobi now, it's worse. Now, because you come to no man's land, it is you and you. It still doesn't work. So unemployment is a very, very big issue, something that we need to be addressed. And also universities, they have brought very many courses, some of which I'm not see that are course but there are courses now that are there in the university. Yenye ukienda hapo hivyo, you just have to hustle your way out to get something to earn from. Like if you go there and do political science, I'm not saying political science, but you can do your stuff out, but there are things and ukienda ukifanya huko kama una dream like wewe umeenda tu kufanya because wewe ulipata clusters za kuingia huko na umeplacewa into that course, it will be it will be hell for you outside here, because you will wonder which kind of office you will fit in. And each and every place people employ their friends and the whatsoever. So they also need to review these issues. Are courses zimeletewa mingi. Some of them doesn't make sense, by the way. There are courses in hata wewe mwenyewe ukiwa hapo campus, if you are doing, you need to ask yourself, like, after doing this course, what's the end of it? Where am I going to get employed? Like, you need to have vision. Like this course I'm doing, at least if I get outside, if I'm not employed, I can employ myself. So there are courses that are just inclining you to be employed. You can't employ yourself. So if you do like literally a little simple example like that political science, if you do it, it is something that you must just be employed, or unless you have a good financial force that can make you to employ yourself. And that one Wakenya hawana sahi at their disposal. So it's a very big issue, and I'm very happy we are discussing it today. Me, I'm standing as one of the unemployed youths in this country. We are unemployed, we don't have jobs, and if this space we are talking na we have HRs here, you can contact us and employ us. Thank you.
Maybe utuambie skills zako ndugu yangu. Unajua pia itakuwa ni poa ukienda kumaliza unasema skills zako. Kama mimi unasikia nasema niko na Bachelor of Science Mathematics. Uko na gani ndugu yangu?
Okay, bro, I'm very happy people you have asked that. So if there's any HR who is here, me, I'm a Kenyan registered nurse. Yes, I'm in the medical field. Currently, I'm not practicing because I'm just doing locums, but I've not found somewhere stable to settle myself, because each and every place you go, if you go to public, they want money. In this private hospital, that's where we survive, but it is not that good because it is hard to get contract there. Thank you.
Right. Thank you so much, General China. And of course, if you know somebody who is in the medical field who can give our brother employment, mtafutie kitu. He's a very energetic young man. Jeffy, how are you doing? Now, kuna mtu anauliza umesema 330k, 300k ama 300 shillings?
300k, not shillings. Shillings hiyo ni ya kukula mboga pale kwa kibandasi.
Yeah. Hey, wacha tu. Jeff, how are you doing? Hiyo ni hongo. Kai.
Pepita, unfortunately, I have a neighbor that is so noisy. If I'm audible enough, hoping.
Yeah, you're audible enough, actually. We can't even hear your neighbor. It's like your neighbor is haunting you for you alone.
Okay. So what happens is, my heart really breaks for, like, we don't have to find jobs. Our job becomes looking for a job, and you work over it for a whole time, tracking and stuff like that. However, do we have an end in terms of what happens then to Kenyans after here. How do we get ourselves jobs? How do we create them? How do we find a nation that becomes then working for all Kenyans? And I would say it is hard to find those kind of answers right now. I think we are dealing with a systemic problem, maybe that we've dealt with for around 4 decades now. If that does not change, then our experiences would become a normality. Sadly so. So the government exists because one of the issues would be create job opportunities. Do we see any job opportunities? Of course not. Yeah, we went away from the conversations of Mama Mboga, mtu wa boda boda. We don't see those people in government. Do we see them? And it baffles me that we could have people who actually are 3 billion net worth, you know, being incorporated, integration actually into the government. And we are like, okay, where does it leave the young person? What happens to the millions of young people that are churned out by the universities every, year after year after year? What happens to them? What does it feel? What does it look like when whatever it is that is, given to us is the likes of Kabogo? I'm like, he's already rich and he's old enough. Why not a young person? So, the problem is systemic. And unless and until we de-balkanize, our politics from huyu ni mtu wetu to like issues based, conversations, meritocracy, technocracy, we would still have a long way to go. But it's a sorry state of affairs that many of us are learned and we don't have those jobs. And we can't have them because, they are given out like tokenism. So, Pipita, that would be my submission for now. I'm looking out for a better country, and which actually is now coming because Kenyans are woke now. We know better. And I'm hoping that we clamor for that change and then be that change which we desire to see. So thank you so much for the time.
Thank you, Jeff, for that submission as well. I see the star. I'm going to do. How are you doing, the star baby? Kodursha.
Okay, niko poa. Yani nimesikia kitu ingine hapa. Hiyo 3000 ni ya kufanya nini? Hiyo 3000.
General China.
My friend, 300,000 is for you to get the job.
Sasa umejua watu wana joke na sisi. Atutoe 300,000 alafu ndio upate hiyo job. Na saa zingine salary ya hiyo job ni 20,000 per month ama 10,000 per month. Si uchukue hiyo 3,000 uanze biashara yako.
Ndio hata tunashangaa walai.
Alafu hii ujinga yenye government anachukua mtu wa 65 years anamwajiri, this is wrong. Mtu ako 65 years anafaa kuretire, ndio huo mtu ameajiriwa tena mpya kwa part nyingine. Surely. Kwani sisi tutapata job lini kama mtu wa 65 years bado ako kwa job hapa Kenya? Hata mtu wa 72, imagine. Like there is a time niliona kama kulikuwa na kitu kwa parliament, alafu hiyo vita ikaenda kwa kwa court. Imagine niliona lawyer mwenye yani ni mzee mpaka haizi tembea vizuri. Yeye pia ameenda huko na alafu something sad ati ameajiriwa kwa high court. Surely nilikuwa naona tu, alafu age ikakuwa 86 years. Mtu wa 86 years ako kwa job na mtu wa 30 hana job hii Kenya.
Yaani senior counsel John Haminwa unaongelea hivyo kweli kweli?
No, hii kitu hatujui. Tuweke maandamano wazee waende nyumbani, ama tuweke maandamano waeke watu wajiriwe 50-50. 50% youth alafu 50% ikue au old people, ndio wa balance the cause hii naye ni very sad cause 99% wenye wameajiriwa hapa kwa government ni old people. Unadhani tuko Germany yenye 90-something% old people, 5% ndio wako young. Sasa hapa Kenya ni 95% watu old ndio wameajiriwa.
Mababu zetu.
Ancestor. Ni ancestor kama huo mwenye alisema, nikasema sasa huo ancestor. Mtu anaongea kama anatetemeka. Imagine. Nilikuwa nasema sasa huo akikufa na microphone kwa mdomo, watu watasema nini hapa Kenya? Hiyo ujinga government anafanya. Si kurogwa. Hiyo ujinga government anatakana aache hiyo kitu. Kama kuna mwingine hapa, one of the politician hapa, aeke hiyo kitu kwa parliament. Weke age yenye mtu anafaa kukaa hapo kwa job. Ikifika hiyo retire. Si anaenda na retire. Someone like huyu jamaa wa corona anaitwa nani, mwenye alikuwa anatushindia kwa TV nikiwa huyu anaitwa nani? Huyu mwenye alikuwa na announce corona kila siku
Mutahi Kagwe.
Ati huo mtu wa usaizi ameappointiwa tena, alisha retire akaappointiwa tena, amerudi tena kwa job. Surely waeke hao jamaa wa corona wanyamaze kwanza, waeke hata mtu wa 30-40 hapo at least.
One thing maybe I would want to point out is our politicians wana employ marafiki zao, maklasmate wao, maagement wao. Mnanielewa? So it's up to us to bring people who can break that monopoly, because kama saizi unapata wameandikiana wao kwa wao. Hata wakubwa hizi ofisi wameandikana hadi watoto wao.
Then 2027 youths wasimame, mtu asimame MP, mtu asimame wapi. Kwa hata nakumbuka huyu Mkale, sijui alikuwa anatoka wapi, yule mwenye alikuwa na campaign na punda. After kupata hiyo kitu, yeye ndiye alikuwa anageuka, sijui this time 2027 youths wasimame. Huo jiza asimame, youth pia asimame. Youth wasaidie youths wenzao. Kama una campaign na punda ni punda mpaka mwisho. Watu wapelekane parliament, youth pia waajiri youth wenzao basi kama ni hivyo.
I agree with you on that. Thank you so much, the staff, for that submission. I'm gonna go to Malia Davis and Olwande herself, the great. Naona pia pale VJFM na mkono Jeff, uko na rebuttal nini?
Yeah, it is the disillusionment that I hear from her speaking, from which we actually share and resonate, as the common people of this country, citizens of this country. And we are like, okay, yeah, so what needs then to be done? Overhaul the system. That's what the clamor is about, right? So unless and until this system works for the people of Kenya, it still remains a pipe dream or a mirage. However, the lady that actually spoke just before me, don't give up. We've come a long way. Okay, so whether we are free now or not, we've not attained the level of perfection. That is true. However, the conversation has changed. It is one of, there's knowledge now. We are living in, this is not 1980s. No? Yeah. So there's progress that has been made, and I want to believe that where we are at, we were not there before. Okay? So there's hope. We can create this by changing the system. Okay? So when you talk about 2027, I look back into, history and ask myself the simple questions. Even having, voted
Jeff,
Ruto
leo
in.
tubaki kwa conversation ya unemployment, ndugu yangu, yeah? So keep your
Correct.
argument around that line. Sawa.
Yeah. So I'm saying there's a lot that the government needs to do that has not done. The only way to do that, okay, I wanted to debunk that issue of we have to wait for 2027 for youth to be employed. What about the suffering? Who is going to wait until then? So if anything, I would say we can create jobs. Jobs can be actually created. Young people can find their hands on something. But when the system is right, it doesn't have to be 2027. If you talk about 2027, it kills my heart. So I'm looking for a situation where, whether divinely or humanly speaking, no, we don't have a regime that represents the interest of the populace. So that is it.
Okay, thank you, Jeff, for that. Malia, mambo.
Mambo poa.
Wewe
Habari za kushinda.
nimeshinda vyema, si jambo mie. Wacha nisome comment kutoka kwa ndugu Mbaslechi, anasema kwamba anasema people will work for as long as they want. Kaminwa can work for as long as he wants. I say forget about your degree and papers, get your feet wet, work anything, learn by apprenticeship, work unpaid and prove your value. I wish I could contribute but my network sucks. That is Mbach. Anasema kwamba Mbaslecha anasema kwamba we should work whatever we can get. Lakini mkumbuke kwamba bana rent, chakula iko hapo ndani. Unaona? So sijui anyway, Malia.
Thank you. Thank you. This is a nice topic for today. Pipita, when men are complaining about joblessness, it's worse for women. it's worse kabisa. Because when you go to look for a job as a woman, the first thing yenye inakuanga almost nowadays unspoken is that lazima ulale na hiyo ndio number 1 before to discuss anything else. No. Then kuko na a lot of tribalism kwa jobs. So you find, like for example, the senior people who are there, maybe the topmost in a particular tribe. So hataki kupeana job kwa watu wenye sio wa tribe yao, because anaona that is a kunyema opportunity to watu wao to give to another tribe. That's how they look at it. Like if I employ you and you're not from my tribe, it's like I'm doing a mistake. I'm not I'm not thinking about I'm not putting my community first. You know. So inakuwa ile style ya maybe kama utaweza za with somebody from that tribe, then that's when they can be able to evolve. Because sasa ukizaa naye, that means mtoto ni wa kutoka hiyo tribe, so ni mtoto yao. So hapo ndio imefika, by the way, whereby after umelala na umeingia kwa hiyo job, for you to even get anywhere, first of all ukilala kuingia kumaintain pia lazima uendelee tu kulala. That is there, and that is the Kenyan way, by the way, if you don't know. So kuingia unalala na uendelee kulala. If the person who gave you the job was the managing director, ukiingia kwa whichever department, the head of that department si anajua, so you know, men never keep quiet, so atajua tu that ulilala na somebody. So even him now, he wants you to sleep with him. Then from there, for you to get anywhere, wanataka uzae mtoto wao, unaona, because you may be from another tribe, but ukizaa na mtoto wao, at least wanajua ile pesa yenye wanakupea hapo, it's going towards building their community. I don't know whether we shaisikia stories kama hizo, but I'm telling you what is there. I know most people hajaisikia vitu kama hizo kwa maisha yao, but that is what is there. So wewe either you are going to, and they expect you uzae mtoto whether you are married or you are not. So usipo, because now they are like, we are not going to feed another community. That's what they normally say. We are not going to help another community. We are not going to build another community at the expense of our own. So if you are not from the tribe, at least kuwa na mtoto wetu, so that we know that even when you are giving you a promotion or tunakupea masafari, we are taking you on further studies or even giving you this job, then we know we are giving one of us. You see, we are helping our own, we are helping to build our own community. And you saw ile time KRA walikuwa naandika watu. You saw how the people who got the jobs walikuwa which tribe and which tribe. Ndio uone hiyo kitu nakwambia ni ukweli. So you know, at times when you are sometimes a bit in the, you know, in the regular society, you may not know these things about the level of tribalism in Kenya. You know, ushaiona ile tribalism yenye, as in ata, I remember there was one time I was looking for attachment. Nilikuwa natafutia kijana mwingine attachment. Sasa nikaenda kwa mdosi yangu, mwambia huyu kijana nataka umsaidie, he's an orphan, apate nini, apate attachment. So ananiuliza, na ninaona hii jina sio ya tribe yako, kwa nini unamsaidia? Sasa I was like, surely, what kind of a question is that now? Am I only supposed to be helping people who are, but you see the level of tribalism, as in hata attachment yenye kutafutia mtu attachment yenye analipwa 5k, you have to explain why the person is not from your tribe. So those are the kind of things, but women, by the way, let me tell you, women suffer. Juu kwanza ukiingia kwa jobs hizi, ma jobs za commission, like hizi za insurance na hizi za banks, kuingia kwanza unalala na whoever is there, the boss, to give you that job. Then after that, clients wamezoea kulala na wasichana, so you're not getting any client if you're not going to sleep with somebody. And those clients are the ones who determine your commission. So Sisi ndio hata tuko worse off, afadhali nyinyi. Sisi tuko worse off kabisa. Na hata by the way, it's not like even they beat around the bush. Wanakwambiaga tu point blank. Unataka kazi. Unajua kuna watu wengi hawana kazi. So unataka kazi. Are you sure unataka kazi? Ama uko na mchezo? So if you unataka kazi, you know what that means. You know what I want for you to have that job. So unaenda, you have to go and do the and a lot of these people, because they sleep with a lot of people, pia ni wagonjwa. Wamegonjeka wako kwa ARV. So being a woman is very, very tricky. Let me tell you, in this kind of a job market, hata kama you are married, let me tell you, kwanza in fact, wanatakanga wale wako married because wanajuaga, if you are married, hautamsumbua, hauta make a lot of demands, nini, like a single person. So, sasa, people's wives, nikikwambia ukweli, the kind of things that go on, bibi ya mtu anachukuliwa, wanaenda trip. Sasa, wanalala kwa room moja. Unajua most of the time, like mkienda trip, mnalalanga the same hotel. Like you like being together because so that for logistics. Sasa, una realize that these people either they booked one room or wamebook zile rooms yenye nakwanga na mlango katikati. So it becomes wanaitanga work husband and work husband na work wife. So yani bibi yako ukiwa kazini, ni bwana yako ukiwa kazini, ukienda nyumbani unaenda kwa huyo bwana mwingine. But so you know, there's a time I asked another guy, an elderly guy, akona mtoto mkubwa mwenye sahi anaingia kwa job market. Nikamwambia, unaona hii kitu ya wasichana kulala na hawa watu, don't you think it's immoral? Akaniuliza sasa, what do we do? Na by the way, he's a church elder. Anauliza, what will you do? You have to, because without that job, hata kupata mtu wa kukuua ni shida, because nowadays wanaume wataki jobless women. They want women with money. They want women who are in job. So hata kuolewa yenyewe ni shida when you don't have a job. Na ukishaingia kwa hiyo job na uendelee na hiyo mambo ya kulala na the wadosi hapo, so that upate more money, the money is going to your children. Si ati inaenda mali ingine. So that man should, I mean, even the man should not feel offended. He should feel like this woman is, taking one for the team, for lack of a better, word. But that's what has become. Unapata sexual harassment. You are harassed. Yani ile, if I can tell you the type of harassment unapatanga, yani nani, mpaka unashindwa. Ikifika, I remember when I started I was in another place whereby ilikuwa na madam, it was just like a small, hata ikukua ati company kubwa, ilikuwa tuka company kadogo of another lady. So she had like a training place. So alikuwa anakujanga ana trainingi watu. Aleta watu wakuwe trained. So nikienda hapo. So the place was, the owner of the place is a woman. Everybody is a woman. There was only one man in that company. It wasn't big, like less than 10 people. So jamaa mimi kukuja, ashaanza kuninyemelea polepole. So akanisumbua. Sasa nikashindwa. We continue to go to these other ladies when wako, because those ones looked to be more interested in him. Come to find out, kumbe ni kama amelala hata na wote already. Then now he started being very aggressive, like ananitime tu pali anaweza nipata peke yangu. Sometimes ananiita atikuja nikuonyesha. Now he was my direct boss, my immediate boss. Achana mwenye nini kampuni, because I understand that was like her Ben 10. So that's why he was so powerful. Ati kuja nikuonyesha ile kazi yenye nataka ufanye. Nikienda kwa kompyuta yake ananifungulia pono. Sasa it got to a point I was like, and I'm looking for experience. So I'm finding it hard to quit the job. Ikifika it got to a point. Then another time akaniambia, on Saturdays atakuwa tunaenda job. Akaniambia, come on Saturday there's work. Sasa mimi nikajiuliza, if when there are people here in the office venye ananisumbuanga, ananingojea nikienda kwa kitchen, anakuja ananishika mgongo, Like there's even a day nilimwagilia maji moto because he was trying to grab me. Sasa I was like, niende Saturday tukue mimi na yeye na venye anakuanga when there are other people in the premises. Nikakataa kuenda. Nikirudi nikamwambia mimi sitaweza. So akanitime Monday, akaenda akanistaki to the owner, to the lady, that I called her, there was work and she refused to come. Sasa I could not even open up to the lady because the lady is like his sugar mommy. So ikabidi nivumilie tu. Akanisomea the lady, we kama unataka kazi utaki kazi sijui nini, but I was in my mind I was like siendi Saturday kwa sababu the guy will rape me. If I'm alone he'll rape, because if even when I'm with other people. Sasa it got to a point Pipita paka nika change dressing yangu. Not like I used to dress indecently, but like nika change, nilikuwa navaa kama watu wa Owor because of that guy. Sasa the more I'm changing to look more unattractive, is the more now ananifuata zaidi. Sasa I'm like siafuata hao wengine wenye wanavaa mini skirts na nini, mimi sasa ni nini anataka. So is like on my case, nina ilikuwa inafika Sunday nikifikiria kesho naenda job, aki inaanza kuumwa, naanza kusikia ni kama nitagonjeka. But now I was like sina job ingine and this is how I can get experience, is good experience. Nikaomba tu Mungu nikiendelea, but let me tell you I had a rough time. I had a rough time. Yani ilikuwa inafikanga Sunday nikiimagine I'm now going back to that office. Aya nikatoka hapo nikaenda kwa ingine tu ya individual tu. So huyo na yeye it's like kwanza alikuwa mgonjwa. Let me just first put that. Alikuwa mgonjwa. He was a brother of another politician, a big politician. So even him it was kind of a college. So hapo he was, what I understood is that alikuwa like if you want to get, tulikuwa tunalipwa kama 5k. So if like unataka kupata like more money, unaenda unamseduce ndio ulale naye alafu atakupatia more. So the mamas who are there, the ladies who are there, okay, there were some mamas alafu who are married, alafu kulikuwa na msichana mwingine messenger who was young, a very beautiful lady. So women were going to him, mpaka wengine anawafungulia duka kama huyo messenger. Sasa alikuwa amemfungulia duka tao ya hizi maandawea, lingerie nini, wanaenda naye trips abroad. Sasa vijana wenye walitujua hapo kwetu, tulikuwa na bosi yangu alikuwa mwanaume, and then mwenye tulikuwa tunafanya naye alikuwa pia mwanaume. Sasa wewe unatupa ambao sijui nini. Nikamwambia I did not come here. If I wanted to do sex work ningekuwa nimeenda nini, nimeenda Koinange Street. There's no need of shortcuts. To come all this way and then you start prostituting yourself. Now later on, when I left that place, later on I went to work somewhere else and I met someone who was that guy's baby mama. Sasa even I don't know how did I find out that it was the baby mama, but she was my friend. So I think tukiongea, I think akakuja akaniambia. So after some, kuna point ilifika akaanza kuzoroteka, like you know how it's like ukianza kunya ARV sometimes inaweza kuendea mrama ukue very thin and very, yani ile AIDS yenye tunajuanga ile ilikuwa ya kitambo. So I was like, now I'm putting 2 and 2 together, and then I heard the guy has died. So I was like, what? Sasa he's the one who infected this lady. So that means hiyo chain yote they are probably positive. So I was like, sasa imagine kama ningalienda nifuate hiyo, what I found there, that all the women they're his girlfriends, so anawalipa pesa mingi sijui nini. Mimi nilikuwa hapo na ka 5k kangu tu. So women have a lot of problems in this hostile job market, let me tell you. Very afadhali kuwa mwanaume a million times. Because yeah, and by the way also there are homosexual bosses who also target my interns who are boys. They drag them, they rape them. Some of them end up committing suicide. You know, that's what happens in a hostile job market anyway. Back to you. Thank you.
Asante, Malia Davis, for that submission. I want to go a bit faster because I have about 5 more speakers who are yet to give their submission. Oluwande, how are you doing?
I'm fine, Pepe. How are you?
Mimi niko vyema kabisa, nashukuru.
I hope everyone is okay. Watu wako poa on this Monday. Though for me, I'm not okay. I'm very sick. Nah, I've been at home today, but I really wanted to contribute to this conversation. First and foremost, mi ningependa kusema hiyo sex in the job market, I think it's both. It's not only the women. It's both men and women. There are also women wenye wanajifeel kuwa they have made it in life and au madam wa a man cannot tell me, so they feel they can go away with or get away with any man they want. And mimi wana advice mtu ikifika pale pa work, don't mix work with pleasure no matter what. Hata kama uko pale job umepata mpoa mwenye unampenda, wacha basi mtu mmoja ache job, lakini msi work in the same environment and then it is pleasure and sex. It is chaotic, it is dramatic, and most of the time it won't end well. Even if you look at the couples wenye wana share biashara, wakiachana it becomes so pathetic at the end of it all. So mi wanasema it's not a good idea. And secondly, just know your values. Mi wanasema mtu ni muhimu sana ujue values zako as a person. Personally, me, I'm a trained teacher of English and literature, but I've never taught. I have never taught even a single day, because when I looked at that payment and I saw 17,000, I felt I'm not worth that money. So what did I do? I decided to focus on other things. It has not been easy, I must say. But I always feel like a work environment inafaa kukua environment yenye inakupea peace of mind, and always just do what you enjoy doing. Just don't do any job for the sake. Na kama umeshaona uko kwa job na you don't feel like going on Monday, Sunday ikifika uko na stress ya Monday, jua it is high time you should be leaving that job. That place is no longer good for you. So back on employment. Employment ni kitu is an issue right now. I believe most youths, hata pia mimi saizi, in fact I'm 31, sijai kuwa employed. So si ati sijai kuwa employed, unfortunately nilikuwa employed na British Army at some point, nikatoka, nikakuwa employed tena with some company, nikatoka. But one thing me I always know, if respect is no longer served, then I'm not going to join the table. So my number one priority, I just don't do job because I'm desperate. I don't just work because I'm desperate. No, I work because I see my value being appreciated, and also as I work, I always want to learn more skills. Mimi siwezi sema ati kazi iko kama vile mtu alikuwa ameandika hapo ati kazi iko just do anything. No. You have to know your worth. Siwezi expect wewe ni graduate lakini wewe unataka kuanza kuuza njugu kwa barabara. I don't expect you to do that. I expect you to think wide, do something that you feel can earn you money. Some of these things, they take time. For example, kama we ni mtu wa biashara, huwezi anza biashara leo expect hiyo biashara kesho ikupatie. So most of us youth pia hatutaki kuwa patient enough. I believe pia hata wewe ukianza hapa ulikuwa unakuja space iko na watu wawili, kesho iko na mtu mmoja. If you are somebody who mwenye na give up easily, aungekuwa sahi pale huko. So mi wanna feel to most of the people hawana patience, alafu most youths pia, because of this scarcity, hakuna pesa ya kwanza whatever you want to start, because everything involves money. I can remember hata kama nilikuwa naanza my online jobs, It took me money. I had to go for training. I had to know how to manage a website. I had to know, and for you to have a website, you have to pay. All these things, they involve money. And most of us hatuna hiyo pesa, and that I agree with you 100%. What I know and what I must tell people, government cannot create employment. What government does is to just create an atmosphere that investors can be able to invest, and through these investments, there is employment. But now we have a situation where we have high taxes. The cost of living is also very high. So you find that people don't want to, investors run away. When investors run away, definitely there is no employment. So those are the things that government inatufinya now. Kwa sababu hata mimi sahi kwanza mimi sina job. There's a time online was booming, online jobs were booming. Unaingia pale unaweza tengeneza hata almost $60 a day or even 70 or even more. But unapata saizi hata tu kupata account ya kufanya kazi, it's a problem. Actually, it's a problem because now the government introduced more taxes, and those investors that are owning those businesses, they are not comfortable with them. So unapata sahi hata kupata account, it is very hard. You pay more because unapata huyo mtu anafungua kama hujui kufungua, anakufungulia hiyo account, unapata ana change VPN ikaeni kama unatoka Australia na uko Kenya. So these are the some of things that people should be addressing. But I believe if you have the skills, just know where your skills are. It doesn't pay like in a day, but slowly it will pay enough. If you are a good writer, just write. Do your bloggings and end up on Facebook, andika vitu zako. Slowly by slowly, people will like your work. Then it will be converted automatically to money. But now, kama utaki kutumia skills zenye ukanayo, then that is where now the problem comes in. Because I believe a lot of our generation, we are educated enough. We are educated enough. We should stop going to other countries to offer employment, petty employment, nini. And yet you have the skills, you have the capabilities. You just need to exercise what you have. I know sometimes it's hard, hata saa zingine hawezi lipa rent, hawezi kula, but mimi wanasema everything that you do, just exercise patience so that ufike pale unataka. So lastly, as I conclude, PP, ukiangalia hata hii scenario ya watu ku bribe jobs. Personally mimi nishaona, na hii si story ya jaba. Najua huwa mnasemanga saa zingine niko na stories za jaba, but hii ni kitu nimeona. Nimeona hata pale City Hall, just Nairobi County, graduates wanalipa sijui 150,000, una bribe mtu akupatie kazi ya kufagia. Mtu mwenyewe anakupatia kazi ya kufagia is a form 4 leaver na earn almost 100,000 plus. Ye ni mdosi. So you see, these are the things we should be speaking of, and we should be telling this government to stop, because hiyo kwanza as a person inakudemoralize first and foremost. Secondly, unapata wewe kama umeenda kufagia, for example, na wewe ni engineer, una practice engineering saa ngapi? So unapata with time utakuwa unasahau skills zako. And I want to give a vivid example. I remember when I was employed at the British Army Training Unit Kenya. At that point, I was employed as a cleaner. Nime clean 1 year. And you know, when I went there, I specifically wanted to learn how to cook. So nimekuwa pale jikoni, juu sasa walikuwa na feed, siwezi pika food zenye ziko standards zao. Sasa mimi ni cleaner. Nime clean 1 year, nisha learn kupika kila kitu. Kama ni roselim potato najua kupika. The second year bado naamka nafanya the same job. And I remember kuna time ilifika nikienda kwa kompyuta yangu hata sijui kufinya kompyuta. Nikienda kwa technical work sasa siwezi fanya. Nikitaka kuandika CV siwezi andika vizuri. It is because I am not practicing these things. Na mimi nimesoma, niko na degree yangu, but inafika pahali hata hiyo kuandika CV becomes a problem. It is because you are not using the skills that you learned. You are doing something else yenye iko low than your skills. So that is when I said no, enough is enough. Wacha mimi nitoke, nitafute skills, nifanye vitu zenye zinafaa kufanya. And it's not like that was not, because I was being paid over 40-something thousand as a cleaner. So that's for somebody who has not gone to school. Hiyo ni maisha mzuri kabisa. Lakini for me, nilikuwa naona mbali. Nikimaliza hapa ati bado nafanya hii kazi. In the next 5 years, sitakuwa hata najua kufunza. Sitajua kuandika lesson plan. Sitajua kuandika schemes of work. So skills zangu zitakuwa zimeenda wapi? So I decided to resign. It was a hard decision to make, but I did it. So mi wanasema, appreciate your value. Know your value. Hata kama hauna pesa saizo, utapata hiyo pesa. But the most important thing, know your value. Every man has a price. If you don't appreciate your value, then people will use you as a tissue paper. I think I will listen more. Thank you.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
Welcome to Home Run with Pipi.
Japonji, how are you doing? Are you there? Thanks so much, Luande, for that submission as well. Japonji, kama umerudi kwenda kazi. Ameenda ofisi yako kazi. Let's go to Eli Likuyani. Let's go to Eli Likuyani, Gloria, Ismail, and Wodako in that order. Eli, how are you doing?
Hi, Pipi. Good afternoon and happy new year, happy new month to you.
Good
Can you hear
afternoon,
me?
good evening, happy new year. Yeah. Niko na salamu nyingi zako. Yes, happy new month, bro. I hope you're good. I can hear you loud and clear.
I'm happy to be here, and it's such an honor to actually join your space this afternoon. I'm very elated because you're discussing matters that I closely put to my heart when it comes to the job market. I have about 5 points to put across, so I'm going to request for at least 8 minutes if that works, and if not, I'll just try and push what I can.
So,
number one, I have listened to a number of submissions from the speakers who are very eloquent, and I will say they appeal to the issues that are at heart, and that is the fact that we have a ticking time bomb in the name of unemployed youth. That is true. From the onset, let us agree that having the idea that the political class or the government of the day or even the incoming or new government will totally solve the issue of unemployment, it's us living in a dreamland. That is not possible because on weekends and on Fridays, even on Monday or Tuesday, they expect you to show up in those kamukunjis and yell nani tosha na ule mwingine hatoshi. So that is settled. But there's 3 people I will talk about. Number one, I want to talk about the employer, the employee, and also the system. There's somebody we call the system. So the employer in this case has to create an opportunity for employment because there is demand for a product or a service, and there is a supply for that human resource, and that is now the employee. However, when I critically think through this issue of employment in our country, I sympathize with the employers, because you have somebody who is setting up a business with the sole purpose of making a profit and ensuring that they can supply the extra or the surplus. They can now share it with somebody else, and this is now the way they're hiring. However, often than not, Pipi, unfortunately, when you get to hire, or if you've been in position to hire, some of the people you are hiring into the job market, they don't come in to build skills. They come in to have enough to live. And that is understandable because in human nature, you need growth. However, what happens when the person you're hiring is coming in to steal from that resource you're creating? 2 days ago, I was discussing with the business owner in Nairobi, and they told me they took time off from work because they were sick. And by the time they were coming back to work, every stock they left in, every unpaid, rather suppliers that they left everybody settled, by the time they were coming in, she owns about 200, 300,000 shillings in terms of Kenyan shillings within 20 days of sick leave. There is no stock to sell, and there's no, and the people are saying suddenly the business has gone down. You can't explain the loss. You can't explain why the supply is not paid, but these people expect you to pay them. And that is the calamity. Now, the employee, on the other hand, believes they are entitled to a salary. However, they have not worked for that salary to be generated. Remember, actually, as an employee, you generate your income, whereas you are the person hiring you does not pluck money from the trees. They actually make a sale and they compensate you for your input by sharing a profit that you've made from that business. So the idea of when I get hired, I'm entitled is a great idea. But if a business is sinking, actually you are also sinking with that business. In a few months, also be back on the street looking for a job. Still on the employee, how many of us who are actively looking for a job do look for a job? Because I'm told by people who are in the HR world, if you're looking for a job for more than 6 months as a new entrant in the market, it's okay. After 6 months, you need to be worried. After 1 year, there's a chance you become unemployed throughout. So if you're not going to upscale your skill to respond to the job market, there's a high chance you remain unemployed. But then even after you're submitting or actively looking for a job, how many of us get to request to know why the potential employer did not consider their CV? We get rejection letters, yes, but we do not find out why we were not suitable for that position. And that, for me, is a good way to try to understand why this job market is not hiring you, or if you are directing your knowledge and skills in the wrong direction. Possibly, you need to shift and focus more in where your skills and knowledge are required. Last but not least, what we call exploitation in the job market. And for me, this is now where we call the system. Whereas people will hire and fire at will, what safety nets have we put for the persons that are hiring and the persons that are getting hired in the job market? For example, do we have a threshold what we will determine as the minimum starting salary? And if so, what controls are done to ensure that the people getting into, for example, the journalism field are not paid less than this amount of money per month and their salaries are on time by the employer? Do we also have a threshold whereby somebody that is investing in the job market and is hiring are required to show proof of solvency at least for 1 or 2, 3 years to be able to ensure that they are in position to pay up the expenditures? And in this case, I'm talking about the supplies and the human resource without a sweat. Because it's okay to have a business idea, but it's also important for you, when you're now taking a contract and hiring somebody else, you are able to satisfy that obligation of paying up salary. So PP, those are things I thought I should share on. And if time allows, I'll come back to give a final remark on the same. Thank you.
Thank you, Eli Lukiani, for that. I would like to point out that most Kenyan employers don't send you the reason why they did not pick you for the job, let alone the rejection. You only find out that they have rejected you after the people have been employed. You get? Yeah. You find out when people are reporting for work, and I realize, okay, maybe, and also you do your calculation and realize this job will any Peter. I see Japonji, I'm going to go to Japonji, Gloria, Ismail, and Wood. Japonji. Looks like Japonjana Akobaduko office. Gloria, how are you doing?
This is Home Run with PP.
I don't know if Gloria can get me on the microphone.
I'm good, Pipeta. How are you?
I am well. Na pambana, karibu.
Asante sana. Greetings to the audience. Okay, hii topic ya leo, youth unemployment, a ticking time bomb. Of course, yeah, it is, and it has been, and it continues getting worse, especially for most countries in Africa. And I would like to say this. When you talk about unemployment, yes, there's that element of skills, or we need to develop ourselves. We need to do this and the other. But even with that good intention of advising us and asking us to diversify our skills, and now the buzzword is technology, AI, or you need to get these technological skills to be more marketable and so on, much as it's good advice, but we are forgetting that most of the people who fall into these brackets either do not have those skills already because they were denied the chance to get an education. They can't pay for that education. They can't pay to diversify their skills. So what do we do about that group in society that already exists, already do not have the resources to diversify themselves or to gain these skills? And that is why an economy should take care of everyone. When we look at easy jobs and wanatuambia do international jobs or check websites, Germany's, these developed countries, you see categories of skills, skilled and non-skilled workers. Meaning everybody in the economy has to be taken care of. Those who have the so-called skills and those who do not have, there is something for them. There is something for everybody to make a living. And that is what we do not have. That kila mtu, ndo maana unaona this exams thing has become almost a do or die. That unapata wasichana, mtu wako hospitali, maybe gave birth, water from 4 student at class, anapelekewa mtihani shuleni. Why? We've made this thing of all formal skills, these tertiary skills, formal mzungu skills, na mzungu mwenye atazingatii hizo the way sisi tunazingatia. Yet there are other things that people can do. Say for instance, a job like a nanny, for example. Here in Kenya ni vitu zenye tunalipa watu 5,000. In the US, there are people, you can't afford a nanny, me and you. Where we are seated, you cannot afford a nanny. And it's a skill that is recognized. Kuchunga mtoto, it is recognized as something worthwhile. Because without that nanny, you can't go to work. And that's why you find that in such societies, watu wana decide hata mwanaume anakaa nyumbani to take care of kids so that your wife can work. You cannot afford a nanny. And therefore, if we don't start looking at things more broadly, pushing everything into one sector, all of us have to go do medicine, all of us have to go do engineering, all of us, then we are leaving easy jobs like plumbing, like what Those kind of jobs are earning people millions. Just kukata miti. A friend of mine was telling me of a friend in the US mwenye anasema akona miti kwa compound yake, almost falling over the roof, but he can't afford, because you're not allowed to just cut trees. You have to get permission and also get someone to come and cut. To just fell one tree is 1,000 USD. So you can imagine. You can imagine that. So for me, I want to say this unemployment issue affects everyone. Yes, I know there are those, the women, the gender bit of it, women, especially the sexual exploitation bit of it, because we've heard of, sex for fish in Luo Nyanza. And that's how HIV/AIDS has spread and continues spreading, that women are disadvantaged. Kuingia kwa fish mongering business, the people who own boats, then there are middlemen here, and they have to sleep with you in order to give you fish to go sell and so on. Of course, there are those things, and in the slums, sex for water, those things are there, those economic factors and how they affect women. But today's society, if you want to sort this thing out, let's look at all gender and bring everybody on board, because men are really suffering. The male youth is really suffering because there's that expectation. We know our society, the gender roles, that a man should be providing, should be doing this, that, and that. So the mental anguish, mental illnesses, people committing suicide, depression, and so on, just because of this economic malaise that we have, that people do not have jobs, people cannot take care of themselves. Sexual exploitation now, even men are being sexually exploited. Men are being sexually exploited also at the workplace. So that aside, for me, I want to say that this issue is a political issue. And if we don't get our politics right, we'll never get our economy right. And if we don't get our economy right, it means then this thing of unemployment will continue. We will never get our economy right. Why do I say politics is a problem? It's the major issue here. Because the economy depends on the environment that people live in. So if you want to talk about the informal sector, we've been writing white papers, you hear white paper session number, white paper sessional number, I don't know, 1960, since I don't know, 19 Patopuk. We've been writing and doing research on these papers on the, the informal sector, the Juakali sector, all these are the backbone of the, what has governments, successive governments done to ensure that the informal sector, for instance, the so-called Juakali sector, the small-scale farmer, those vitu ndogo ndogo that wameinuliwa, if anything, what they do is to kill that sector by punitive taxes, legislation. Mtu akifungua tu kibanda tu ya kuuza kitu ama kunini hoteli tuseme yako ndogo hapo, the kind of things unafaa sijui ukate sijui health, ukate sijui what, ukate so many things that in the end kills that business. So if you're talking about unemployment and we all want to go to the formal sector, can we all fit in the formal sector? Already the wage bill in government is a problem. And that's why we see organizations like the IMF are telling governments to cut jobs, because that's the only way they can get money to pay back the loans, because the wage bill is too high. So there's no money left for any other developmental issues. In our counties, it's the same thing. Everyone wants a job. So 90% of money is being sent to the counties are going into the wage bill. Then what happens? But still those jobs are still not enough. So we cannot be fighting about jobs that are never created. So if we don't get our politics right, then we're not going to create jobs. Why are there jobs in Germany? Why are there jobs why do people fight to go there? Why are there jobs? Because there are industries. So one, if we don't have industries, where are we going to create those jobs from? We've killed all our industries. We've killed Kikomi, sugar, Kendoi. We have killed any industry that we had in the 60s, in the 70s are dead. Where are we going to create those jobs from? Where are they going to come from? And who is killing these industries? Successive governments, because they want to impoverish the people. You know, if you are full, then you can think. If your basic needs, the Maslow's hierarchy, if you remember those who have done social sciences, Maslow hierarchies, once you leave the basic needs, then you can go higher even to self-esteem needs. But as long as uko hapa kwa basic needs, uko kwa food, clothing, you can't think beyond, you know, I'm hungry, beyond where will I get food? No matter politician will come with 100, 200. Na utapanga laini utachukua 200 and you will vote them because you are thinking about the now, my hunger now. So that's why successive governments have continued to kill these industries. Hawataki ziamke. If you talk about the sugar industry, kina nani wao wanaleta sukari? Right now it's Ruto. Before him, it was the business of Mama Ngina Kenyatta and the son. Before him, and you can go on and on and on. Maize, who's been bringing maize? So our farmers cannot even sell their maize at a competitive price because somebody else is bringing maize. Name it, Kikomi, the cotton industry died. What? All these industries are dying. No incentives, and if even innovations are being killed. Even if you, as a young person, you come up with an idea, it doesn't matter. Maybe not necessarily a young person. It is stolen. Those ideas are either killed or they are stolen. Haukubaliwi kuinua kichwa. So if we don't get our politics right, if we keep on putting these people in power whose only interest is in, you know, using tribes to mobilize, to get into power, to serve self-interest, to enrich themselves, they don't want anything to grow, then we will forever and forever cry about this unemployment. We'll forever cry about this unemployment because look at things, even sectors like health, for example. Which country can we talk about that the health sector is dying? As long as we are alive, then we will be sick, and therefore the health sector should be thriving. But we have nurses who don't have jobs. We have doctors who are complaining about internship, para to internship, to be paid even for that internship. It's a problem. But when you go to these websites of these countries, Germany, US, UK, they always want immigrants to come and you know, such jobs in the health sector are some of those jobs that they really look at. So sisi mbona we don't even have jobs within the health sector. We want to say that our population is so high, ama watu wanafanya nothing ni wengi, that we don't have. No, something is wrong somewhere. And that something that is wrong is our politics is wrong. And therefore, I'm taking this opportunity. I don't want to preach to someone. I don't want to tell someone how to vote. No, that is not my purpose. But I want us to think and think clearly. That if you want things to change, then we must start looking at these so-called political leaders critically. We must now use another lens altogether. And this lens should not be of the now, and not what am I going to get from it. Mimi kama, let's say, like now openly and without shame, I am supporting Okiya Omtata for presidency. That is my declaration. But it shouldn't be, oh, Okiya Omtata akikuwa hapo akipata hiyo kiti because I supported him anipatie kazi. Kazi fulani. No, that should not be. Let us look at it critically in terms of our generation, the generations to come, the future generations. What kind of Kenya do we want to leave behind? You see, when you put the right people in power for the sake of these people and they do the right thing, then mimi si lazima unipatie kazi ya CS. Olwande doesn't have to be given, you know, the environment itself will open up for everybody, everyone to achieve, you know, whatever it is that they want to achieve. If your dream is in political careership, then you can do it without having to have millions of shillings ndo uweze kuvaa even for an MCA post. If your career is in teaching, then you can enjoy it. You can enjoy it. Yeah. So let's think, let's look at this environment now. Politicians have started, forming coalitions, pretending to present a new, a new dispensation. Ask yourself, how new is new? What is in that newness? And when they had a chance, because I know some people keep saying, oh, don't look behind, oh, you Peter. Oh, when they were, yesterday I didn't get an opportunity, but I had in a space that I was in, someone asked Eugene Wamwala about Gachagua, and his answer really took me aback, but I didn't have a chance to respond, and other people, of course, didn't have a chance to respond. And he said that, oh, Gachagua, it wasn't him. It was because those are Ruto's policies. But I'm asking myself, if you are above 18, don't you have a brain of your own? So if Ruto can have bad policies and you support them just because you are his deputy, then how are we supposed to trust you moving forward that you are going to think on your own? If you were not able to think for yourself then, when you are a deputy. A deputy, like political power inatoka president, wewe ndo uko next in this country. Number two, you could not think for yourself that somebody was forcing, I don't know, policies down there. Then how are we supposed to trust you? Ukikuwa sasa uko nje ama uko any other post, and therefore how are we supposed to trust the people who are milling around you, who are certainly looking at you as a saint? No, Kenyans, we need to rethink this thing. We need to get our politics right. And this is our chance, because there is consciousness right now in the country. Young people's eyes have opened up. Ukiona the way walijitoa for the financial bit, it tells you that something has fundamentally changed in this country. Kuna consciousness. Before watu hata wangekaa una complain too, you are being taxed, but you didn't find people. But something has changed. Let's take advantage of this opportunity and let's get our politics right. Otherwise, tutashinda tukilia, 2027 will come, we cry again, 2032 will cry. You go to your grave, old grave. That is if God gives us life and grant us that long life, but with a lot of bitterness and regrets, having achieved nothing in these years that you've been on earth. So please, let us make a difference. I'm not going to tell you who to vote for, or I don't know who this is the best. No, just, just let's make a difference, and let's not blame victims. Young people are victims of unemployment. Let us not blame them and tell them, they don't want to think about skills, they don't want to diversify. Kuna those who have that opportunity, but let's remember, majority do not have that opportunity to diversify themselves. Thank you, Pipita.
Right. Thank you, Gloria, for that submission. I'm going to go to Word Darko. I see Ismail and Ngoja ka disappear. So I'm going to go to Word Darko. Thank you so much for tuning in. This is Home Run PP. Word Darko, how are you doing?
I'm good, Peter. How are you?
Mimi niko salama na napambana tu upande.
Happy new month.
Happy new month, man. There is nothing happy about this month. Inamaanisha landlord anangoja, by the way.
Naelewa Pepita. Mi ningekuwa wewe, ningekuwa na space kubwa kama hii ndio nipe msee Mike. Angekuwa anatumia kwanza, There's nothing for free, Hatuwezi kuja hapa tunaongea alafu ukienda unafungiwa studio ama nini. Mimi ningekuwa wewe, ningekuwa nikupe mic unanitumia kaso hivi. Ndio ulipe bill. Anyway, wase tumieni pipi kikitu mazee. Tumieni pipi kakitu. Yeah. Sitachoka kuwakumbusha na kuwahimiza mtumie Pipita kakitu. But I've never met Pipita. Maybe unaweza fikiria nasemanga hivi kwa sababu maybe I've never met Pipita in person. Unaona, mimi nimemjua tu through spaces. His spaces zake tu. And so far I can tell ni mtu real. There's a time hapa last time niliongea kuhusu vijana wachukue passport watoke Ndwasi waende wapi, wakipata kazi majuu waende. Pipita kariba nimalize hapa. Mungu nataka mayusu waende, nani atabaki hapa? And thank God this time America, youth employment, unemployment is a ticking time bomb. Me, I'll just stick to what I said earlier. And ni sawa ukinimisquote pia ni sawa, but me I'll just tell you, mazee, ukipata opportunity kama youth man, wewe toka mbio, because some of us youths, we start from scratch. Hatuna any inheritance, like hakuna. Ukiangalia nyuma wewe ndo breadwinner ama wewe ndo tegemeo. Sasa hakuna vile utakuwa tegemeo and then wewe pia wategemea God ama nini, eh? Like ukipata tu opportunity wewe pita nayo. Another thing pipi, mayouth wengi mazee wanachagua job, una get. Anasema mimi siwezi enda Qatar kufanya nini, mimi si, unaona, hata hapo tu, hata within Kenya tu hapo mtaani siwezi fanya kazi fulani, mimi nimesoma hivi na hivi. There's a lady I met somewhere, and this lady is a graduate, akona masters na akona degree kama 2. Do you know who lady anafanya kazi gani? Housemaid maze. And she's very happy with that job, unaona. Juu anasema ningekaa mtaani, ningekuwa natulia tu mtaani, bado ningekuwa nangoja gava initafutie kazi. Una get? So vijana nyinyi mchangamke, and iki come through, we pita tu nayo, you never know. Kuna kuoga na ka stepping stone, unaona. Wewe ile stepping stone utapata kani kufagia, we fanya hiyo kazi. And another thing, kuna hii generation, hii Gen Z, mazee hao wase pia wako patient. As much as tutaongea ama tuseme nini, wako na skills and everything, hawakuwa na ile patience. Kitu discomfort kidogo, mazee mshashajitoa, ameshaja job, unaona. Recently kuna boy nilitafutaga job hii place tuna work. Boy alikuwa very hardworking, ni hawa tu ma Gen Z. Na come, okay, wiki ya kwanza akakam tu job kama kawaida. The second week akaanza kukuwa na zile, leo ana come, kesho hakuji. Na unajua employer huku hivi kuna kuwa na probation period ya 6 months. So within this 6 months wana monitor vile unafanya and everything, ndo wa nini kuwe fully employed, kitu kama hiyo. So msee mazee, wiki ya pili mazee, leo anakam job, kesho akuji. Unamuuliza ni nini mazee, anakuambia sijui nilikuwa na shida nini. Ukianza kuchunguza unapata jamaa ameingia kwa ulevi ama nini na nini na nini, hizi raha nyingi ama za kujua machumchum za kufanya 1 2 3, una get. Na ni hivyo tu msee alienda mpaka saka kwa absent kabisa, karibu wiki mzima kukam, ani hivyo alichujwa job. So wengine wanatafuta job wengi, na wengine pia in the other side wanaharibu. So as we address this unemployment, government create whatever, pia let's talk about ourselves. Are we willing to take anything that comes our way as we wait for another thing, like hiyo kitu big, una get? My youths wengi, I understand, wamesoma, wako na papers and everything, you know, but pia if for example, me nilifanya community development, but I've never practiced that thing anywhere, man. Sijai practice popote. Mimi unajua sisi kwetu ulikuwa unamaliza high school kama madha mekuchuja. Una get? Unamaliza high school kama umechujwa. Ukisikia tu umetumwa Nairobi, wewe ni hivyo imeenda. Uweze rudi home, una get? So ukitumwa Nairobi unajua tu that's it. Hakuna kurudi. Zile manguo umepack ni hivyo. So from Nairobi hapo tu unaanza kufigure out what you need to do. Uende kule nini na nini. Na ni hivyo. And so far mi nilikuwa fikiria madha tupendi ama nini, but nilikuja kurealize alikuwa tu fungua like kiakili fulani, like usikae tu kingoja tu like the next thing ama nini, juu yeye alifanya part yake, una get, the rest ni up to you, una get. So I think pia tusikue tu watu pia tuna complain. Unajua Wakenya tunakuwa na tabia nyingine fulani, we complain too much, una get, una complain too much, but as we complain about the government, about and everything else, pia tujiangalie sisi na karakta zetu. Pia unajua employment pia natakaga mtu mwenye kuna karakta fulani, una get. Hakuna vile utakuwa employed and then pia nini au deliver ama wewe si mtu mwenye ako straightforward, wewe ni hizi mapinji, una get, like do yeze yuko mahali wewe ushapita nayo, una get. So some things pia sisi youthment pia tunakosea sana. With all that said, thank you very much for giving me a chance to speak, Pipi, and thank you for always hosting this space. And yeah, let me rest my case there. Thank you very much.
Asante sana. Wadako always has A thing to say about our tip asante sana bwana Udako, and of course anasema tuna complain a lot. Mimi ningependa tu kuwakumbusha kwamba show yangu hii inasapotiwa na nyinyi wasikilizaji. Let me speak it out. Initoke. You know, when I started this program, I started it because I felt like I was waiting too much for a job that would never come. I applied for radio jobs and all this. They weren't coming through because, first of all, I do not twang. Yeah. Anyway, so yote tisa kumi ni kwamba I just found myself behind the mic one day doing home run with PP, and all I can say, as they say, it's history. Ni historia baada ya hapo. But the most important thing to take home today is there is a youth man listening to me right now who is not able to sit down in front of the mic to talk to someone. And unemployment is a big issue. Personally, I stopped applying for jobs probably mid last year, but I had gotten a lot of rejection mail by then. Guys are saying you need to see what you said wrong on your CV and all. Some of these jobs you just didn't get right because of luck. Anyway, if you like what you're doing, there is a tip jar line which helps us keep this studio running. Asante sana Gloria, I've seen your tip. Gloria ametuanzishia wiki vizuri. Ingia pale hivi kwenye tip jar line and support us. Of course, this studio is kept open by you. The lights and the internet, of course, is supported by your tips. So if you like what you're doing, ingieni pale hivi kwenye tip jar and support the show. Now we are 9 minutes to 7 p.m. Remember, home run PP runs all the way to 9 p.m. East Africa, and I'm willing to hear from you as well. You can request the microphone. Shout out to you, Ayo the sixth. Nakuona pale ndani Patrick, nakuona pale ndani Mohamed, naona nane mwingine Benson, Odero, Obonyo, and of course Nyakweba. Mwingine tunaona pale ndani Paukwa na data activist na Western Shilaho. Eli Likuyani ameinua mkono juu. I'm gonna go to Eli Likuyani, Oluwande, and the star for some rebuttals. And of course, if you're a new speaker, request the microphone and talk to us. Eli.
Yes, PP, that's me again. And I would love to associate myself with the statements from the previous speaker who just dropped from the mic. And he mentions about us taking the opportunities that exist as we work towards what we want to achieve in a nutshell. So I would love to propose the following, that number one, whereas we agree that there is a need to reevaluate the job market, the hiring process and procedures, it is also important for those who are positioning themselves for those job opportunities to actually live with the reality of the market. Because I have heard this saying that consistency supersedes talent. And many might not agree. And people, like you said it earlier, it looks like some people are just lucky. But I can tell you some people might have the luck, but as long as you're not consistent with what you do and how you do it, you may just lose out on that opportunity. So my encouragement is not to assemble for a pity party, and also understand the reality that we face. There is need for the job market and hiring process to be reviewed, not just from the private sector, but also from the public sector. But let us, as young people who are positioning ourselves for the job market, to also embrace consistency. If you try out something today and of course there's it that is not working, what are you doing more than that to ensure that you actually achieve the goal of which you have set yourself to achieve? Number two, I also try to distance myself from pity party, because I believe there is always something cut out for everyone. There is a lady that shared, I think it's Malia if I'm not wrong, and if I'm wrong, you'll correct me, that she joined the British Army, I believe so, to learn how to cook. And by the time she was done with 1 year, she knew how to clean well, but she was still in the same position. And she's a graduate in a different field, as a teacher, I believe, so English literature. But then again, what she was able to acquire, out of interest, I will ask today, what did she do with those skills? PP, many people that you will meet today in the job market, they'll tell you practiced or rather trained as an engineer in, let's say, in the construction, whatever. But today I do 1, 2, 3 things that are far away from what I studied. Simply put, not just because you went to class to study pure mathematics, you'll actually be solving mathematical problems. Remember, you are a problemist. And if you look up for the name of a problemist, it's somebody that solves out complex mathematical issues. And life is exactly that. So how do we position ourselves to become problemists and not people with problems? So, Pipi, I want to appeal and encourage everyone that is on this platform today that it is okay to feel down and feel as if the system has already a predefined destiny for you. But until you go back and recheck through your journey, understand what you got wrong and what you can do better, you'll always find somebody else to lay the blame on. As I conclude, people, I was one of the best translators in my journalism class from English to Swahili. Today, I'll not tell you that I am one of the best Swahili speakers, but I speak Swahili. Not because I don't understand jinsi ya kutunga sentensi, but it's because I haven't been consistent in speaking Swahili. So somebody else who is doing it today will do a damn better job than I do in that field. And if we were to be positioned for a hiring job, if I came with my scores and be given the job, I'll definitely not be able to do as per the expectation of the hiring manager. And therefore, I repeat that consistency supersedes talent. Do what you do and do it to the best of your level. It will eventually pay up. Thank you.
Thank you so much Eli Likuyani anasema consistency pays. Hope yangu itakuja kulipa siku moja bwana. Unajua saa zingine wanakuambia hivyo, unangoja. Have you ever been in that position where you keep on waiting for that payment but it is not paying? Yeah. Unajua saa kitu moja mnafaa mjue, especially when you're addressing these situations. There are people who are actually really struggling to even make a living. Somebody is listening to us right now. Amefanya hizi vitu zote na bado haoni namna. So yes, let's also be alive to these facts that si kila mtu mwenye anafanya hizi vitu eti ni lazy ama hajawahi apply. There are people who have crazy. My best friend has a crazy CV in terms of his skills za kuandika. I've listened to him get interviewed here. He's well spoken. He's worked for international brands and all. Lakini wakati ikifika wakati wa kuchagua, I don't know what happens. Always missing the mark. So there is also that kasumba that is going on. So I don't understand. Olwande.
Thank you so much, Pipi. And I want to acknowledge to the last speaker that I'm the one who was talking about the British Army issue. I worked there previously. And you've really brought out the point that I brought out clearly. First, I said that when I worked there, I loved cooking, but I wanted to be a professional cook. So I could not get the job as a chef, but I could get it as a cleaner. But through cleaning, I would learn because I was working in the kitchen. So after learning, I got bored and I had to step out. So on it, I want to, but these days I still cook for people when I'm always called to events, and I go there and cook and get my money and come back home. So it's not like I stopped doing it because that is my additional skill that I love to do. Now, I want to talk about the skills. I want to talk about, there's a speaker who spoke that he's an employer and he was bringing up other issues that he's sympathizing with the employer. So I want to rebuttal on the same. I want to talk about skills and non-skills. Someone talked about it, and even said that if you are applying for international jobs, they will give you two categories, skilled and non-skilled. For example, when I was working with the British Army Training Unit Kenya, I was under unskilled group. That's why I was cleaning, because you don't need any skills to do that. Everybody can clean. So coming to it, for me, I don't believe that there is someone in this world who lacks a skill. Talking as a teacher, when you teach students, the moment you get into the classroom, there are always three categories of students. There are fast learners, there are middle learners, and the academic dwarfs. Academic dwarfs, most of the time, cannot do well in school, but they have special skills. Huyo ni mtu mwenye akijua kuchora, anachora, my friend. Anachora nyakikaa chini anakuchorea, unashangaa. Huyo ni mtu kama ni kupika ndio ako anajua. And most of the time, I see deaf people with special disabilities, wanakuanga poa sana kwa hiyo sector. If you give that person hata mat, anajua kutengeneza mat. Akikutengenezea mat, ni mat ukitoka hapo unasema kweli, huyu amefanya kazi. So there is no one who has no skill. The problem that is here, wengine ina take time kujua, what are you good at? There's a time I was talking to a CEO, na alikuwa ananiambia, yeye alikuwa mpaka manamba, alikuwa amejaribu modeling, akaona infit, amejaribu biashara infit, amekuwa manamba, after some time akaacha. But somehow, kuna business yenye alianza, na wakati alianza hiyo business, ikamkubali. So, hapo ndo akarealize, I've been wasting my time, but I'm good in doing business. So, people take time to recognize their skill, and especially with the academic system that we had previously, where people had to be in class first, at a certain point, ndo wanze kuangalia, what can you do? So more, speaking as a teacher, ulikuwa unapata form 2 students, to be precise, ungewauliza form 1 wanataka kukua nini, they have big dreams, wengine wanakuambia engineer, doctor, sijui lawyer. Ikifika form 2 watu wanaenda form 3, go and ask the same student, unapatanga hajui kitu wanataka kufanya. It is because the system of education was in a position where people must pass exams, and that is the system we've gone through, to be honest. So hakuna mtu hana skills. Talking on the skills and education, most times saizi unapata watu wamegraduate, yes, and tech part of it is very important. I was in Maseno University. I did Bachelor's of Education Arts with IT. So in Maseno University, IT was essential. So I did it. That is not the same as the person who was in KU, ama alikuwa JKUAT. People did different courses. Now wakifika kwa job market, mimi have gone to interviews, some of them have got the jobs, lakini in each and every interview, I always learn a new thing. Kuna time nilienda in an interview as a project manager, and I told them, yeah, I am a project manager, I have experience of over 2 years. Then they asked me, in your project management, what tech do you use to improve project management as a skill? I lost that job because at that time I didn't know. So unapata unaulizwa hizi tech part of it. So mi wanasema, fine, umesha fanya degree yako, and that is how now the skills come in. Just try and learn the new skills that are there, the technical part of it, because that's how when you wako kwa hizo jobs, they go for those trainings. Unapata kama kuna Microsoft training, they have gone there, they learn the skill. Wakikuja, wako par than you. So mi wanasema, all of this, ukienda kwa internet, there are so many academies. You can learn all these skills online. For example, right now, people are trying to learn AI. There is AI for educators. There are all those courses there that people can do. Ukienda ka 1 million teachers account, you create your account there. There will be several courses that you can do to improve yourself as a teacher. So the most important part of it, vile mtu alisema before, learn what is so special, what is it about this job market, so that when you go, if you get a chance to go for an interview, you will know what the job market wants. Hata kama hujapata hiyo kazi, at least you will have a rough idea, which skills should I sharpen for myself? So that is number one. Number two, employment laws. Somebody as an employer talked about why is it that employees are stealing? You want to get some money, or you expect that you have to get a profit, but you find some of your employer maybe are not working to your expectations. So what can you do? First of all, as an employer, set goals. Me, I've worked in organizations zenye pressure peke yake inakupiga mpaka unasema he, nisipofika hii target mi hata sijui nitaambia mdosi nini. So those kind of goals must be there. Secondly, are you treating your employees right? Employees, right? That is a serious question you should ask yourself as an employer. According to labor laws, an employee should work for around 45 hours a week. Some organization, it is 35 hours. There should be leave for around 21 days. Yes, there is probation that is always there. Again, there are some benefits you can give your employee, motivations. So this is what I was even lacking in the British Army. I want to show my skills. But you see, when I work hard and I'm not recognized as somebody who is working hard, most of the time I will be demoralized. And people like me, like I said, I'm a teacher and people are different. You know, first learner, the moment umekuja class ukafundisha matrices, ashaelewa. Kesho unafunza the same matrices, unaasumia hajaelewa. That student will be bored, and that is how some people are. Some people, they cannot do one thing, and especially if they're not seeing those challenges. Everybody anataka challenge. Ile anaona there is a progress anafanya kwa maisha yake. Because you see, you don't just work for the sake of it. You work to improve your career, to feel the warmth of employment, to get recognized. Everybody anataka achieve something in his or her life. Haufanyi tu kazi ati bora umefanya. So I think this is the point where most employers lose it. You have a business, maybe you've employed 10 people, you are not giving them targets, you are not following up. What can they do better? For example, Mimi, I'm a good marketer. I can do for you a good marketing job in terms of online work. But now when it comes to talking to an employee personally, that is where the problem comes in. Nitaenda hapo huyo customer naona nimejipaka sana kwanza I love red blood lipstick. Anajiuliza sasa huyu amekuja club ama amekuja nini? You see, and you know, there's a time my employer told me that, Grace, you're so good, but if I didn't know you, if you ask me, a new employer can judge you from the day one and will not employ you. I think PP have ever told you that even in an interview. And it is just because maybe I like wearing miniskirts. I have lost opportunities sometimes back because when somebody sees you, you tell that person, you know, I'm a project manager. I work with Action for Children Development Center. I'm good in what I do. I work with children. Then this person is looking at you like, hey, how are you working with children like this? So there is just that first impression you can always give someone, but it doesn't mean that this person cannot do the job. When you get to learn to know that person, you will find that there is a skill that probably you really need that this person can do well in. So these are the skills you are supposed to be sharpening as an employer. So that you know each and every employee, unajua huyu nikimtuma kwa ile organization hata toboa. lakini nikimtuma pale atatoboa apate hii job. Nikituma ule pale anaweza toboa lakini si sana. So you can rate your employees according to their performance. But as long as you're not giving them targets, you are not sorry, you are not, there's not that frequency of your relationship with your employee, then it becomes a problem. Then most of the time, kama employers wako are stealing from you, is either there is low pay, maybe you're not giving other benefits, and I understand the economy is tough, but me, I'd rather you employ like 3 people who can do the job instead of employing 10, paying more, and you, in fact, at the end of the day, you will end up even paying more. So is either you have just 2 employees ama 3, you pay them well, in that mtu hata akikuja, mimi unajua kama unanilipa vizuri na nimekuja kazi, nikiwaste tu time najiuliza, hapana, leo nimefanya tu nothing na huyu mtu amejua niko kazi amenilipa. You know, those are the questions that really, if you are a person of integrity, you will ask yourself. So I always advise, if you are an employer, I think those are the sectors you should be looking at, and especially if it's a profit-making company. You know, like NGOs, things are different because we expect money from donors. So unapata ni pesa imedonatiwa, kuna hata kama mtu atakuuliza accountability, but there is no profit you are looking to get. You are just giving back to the society. So last but not least, mimi bado na I insist, I don't see why people should be measuring on going abroad. For me, I think we have all of us have a capacity, and we have something that we are good at. Me, I've seen people who have gone abroad, wakisema ati wanaenda kufanya hata journalism, wakifika huko ni kazi ya prostitution wanafanya. So and I think if you at all you want to go abroad, there are so many agencies. Go and find out about those agencies. I think I've visited one, and they were categorical. We can find you a job, and in fact, in this job, you'll be doing series of exams and interviews. Now kama you are capable to do it, then they give you a B1 visa. 2 of my friends have gone to US through that. You pay some money because there is nothing for free. We have also human trafficking. Human trafficking kwanza wanaparedingi as how watu wa kutafuta job. Na ukipata in every group hata ya WhatsApp yako, there is one person that is advertising, kuna job India. Tena wanakuambia they will take you abroad for free, ndege free. It is not for free. Hakuna mtu atakupatia kitu for free. So if at all you want to go and work abroad, which is also fine, but go there when you know what you want to do. And especially pale naonanga offers kama hizo sana ni LinkedIn, and I know so many youths hawako hapo LinkedIn. LinkedIn inakuanga na so many. I'm not saying you will get all of them, but inakuanga na so many. You will come to learn about courses zenye zinakuwa offered, zenye zina sharpen to your skills on other things. So hapo pia kuna kuanga na hizo abroad jobs. You can apply, but what I know, it involves money. Anytime you see anything for free, you have to question it. Inakuja wapi na imetoka wapi? But most importantly, know your worth. Mimi siwezi ya kufanyia kazi ya kuosha na najua niko na skills. Me, I will not do. Hata mkisema ati sijui choose, just do any job. No, I know my worth, and I know that I can be I can be good in whatever I'm doing. I can deliver properly. So why would I reduce myself to a cleaner? And I can do great things. I can even come up with like right now, I came up with my organization, and I'm doing other things. So me, I feel like it is important for someone, ajue tu worth yake, ujue hata yo organization yangu, yes. It is not like paying much. Sometimes I even kosa rent. But I love it because that is what interests me. I've always wanted to be in NGO space. So that is where I am. So mimi nasema, just know what you are good at. That is very important. After knowing what you are good at, pressurize your skills based on what you are good at. And I'm loving this conversation, PP, because we ever had such kind of conversation. And you told me point blank, you did applied mathematics, but looking at it, you can be a good journalist. So it is just a matter of you knowing, where can I shine? What can I do better? If you're a cook, go ahead, cook and shine to the world. We have cooks who earn millions. So me, that is my view about the matter. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Olwande. Quick recovery, bwana. Home imekupeleka puta kweli kweli. I see Kudur has raised her hand. I'm going to go to Kudur, then Eli. You can request the microphone and talk to us. This is a home run with PP Monday edition. Sure.
Mimi nataka kusema hivi, kuna mwingine hapa alikuwa anajiita Jadhako, something like Jadhak, something like that. Anasema Gen Z ni lazy, wanaweza ingia job leo kesha wako. Si wote. Alafu kuna yani, nadhani tu mwenye ajui chenye anataka, like ajui chenye anataka hapa kwa maisha. Si huyo ni mtu mwenye ajaikaa chini andike chenye anataka kwa maisha yake. Huyu ni mtu mwenye ajaikaa chini aone, aseme in future nitakuwa, nikifika kwa hii stage, ikifika hii month nitakuwa na hii kitu. Na si wote, hiyo naye anatuharibia tu jina tu bure hapo. Alafu hii kitu yenye anasema mtu mwingine hapa amekuja anasema ati opportunity, kama opportunity imekuja ni nyakua hiyo opportunity. Sasa huyo anataka kusema hiyo opportunity yenye watu demand wenye Nigeria wanaweka walala na nyoka huko, hiyo ni opportunity ili walipwe 500,000. Hiyo ni opportunity gani hiyo? Sasa kuna opportunities zingine zenye zinaweza kukulead kwa kifo, uende huko ukufie huko, umepata opportunity ya kulipwa 500,000 ulale na nyoka. 500,000 sijui ufanye nini. Sasa hiyo asiseme opportunity, sema ukipata opportunity nzuri yenye ni genuine, si opportunity ya kulala kwenda kukunya wa Nigeria wakunye alafu ukule hiyo naye, si umejua huyo ni opportunity mbaya. Hata kama unaenda kupata hii 500,000, hata kama ulilack job, ukalack unateseka, hiyo naye si opportunity. Hiyo naye wewe ndio unajirisk maisha yako. Sasa huyo mwenye anasema opportunity hapana. Hata sisi hapa hatuna job, lakini nimejaribu, niko na kazi yangu. Naweza amka asubuhi ni attend job yangu nirudi kwa nyumba. Naweza amka asubuhi niende vitu zangu ni hustle vitu zangu na hiyo kazi yangu nyingine nirudi kwa nyumba. Lakini kuna agencies za kupeleka watu pia. Mwingine amesema agencies za kupeleka watu job majuu. Kuna huyo mwenye anaitwa Rish Kamunge. Rish Kamunge huwa anaibia watu hapa Kenya from January to December. Kutoka sijui lini, sijui ya gani hadi sahi. Na kuna chenye government anafanya. Alafu Rish Kamunge akishaibia watu, imagine huyo aogopi. Anasema Wakenya watamfanyia nini? Hata hakuna mahali utampeleka, anakuambia tena huna pesa. Na huyo mtu kama Rish Kamunge na bado ako kwa social media, hakuna chenye watu wanamfanya. Huyo government amnyang'anya hizo documents zote. Akisikia mtu ako na agency ya kuibia wa Kenya, amuondoe. Because Rish Kamunge anapeleka mtu China. Wewe umepelekwa job China na kumbe yeye alikukatia visit visa ya 2 weeks. Wewe ukushtuka, mnaambiwa murudi na wewe unajua mnaenda kupewa job. Wewe sasa huko ukifika, ashaongea na mchinku moja, mchinku amewahost, mnongoja job, hakuna mchinku haezi kukupea job kwa sababu usikii hiyo lugha yao. Mnasema mnaambiwa mtadipotiwa. Alafu Rish Kamunge kama Kenyans wanapiga kelele, anakuja ana brand kweli kweli. Sasa hiyo agency watu watoke tu hata na hasira, waende waribu hiyo kitu na ofisi Huo Rich Kamunge leo ako hapa, kesho ako sijui wapi, kesho kutu ako wapi. Sasa mtu anataka kwenda majuu akuwe careful kuangalia agency yenye anataka kwenda nayo. Kwa sio utalipa hiyo mtu alipoteza 1 million. Na hata nashangaa mtu unalipa 1 million atunapeleka kwenda kufanya kazi ng'ambo na uko na 1 million. Kama unaweza afford 1 million, tufungue biashara ukae kwenu. Mtu anaweza afford kukuwa na 1 million alipe ya kwenda majuu, kwenda kutafuta job huko majuu, hata ya kwenda kunas. Mtu mwenye anawarara yenye ana msimamo, unaenda kunas hata manyoka huko na umelipa 1 million. So ufungue job hiyo na 1 million hapo. Ufungue hata kitu kingine na 1 million ukae kwenu. Most of Wakenya, I think 5% of Kenyans are mad. Because unalipa 500,000 million unaenda majuu. Badala uchukue 500,000 million ufungue nayo biashara hapa Kenya ukae. Hiyo ndio chenye nilikuwa nataka kusema. Hii agency isharusha watu huku Kenya mpaka unachoka. Ama unaweza enda agency akupeleka wewe ni waiter. Ukishtuka uko Qatar, wewe ni mwosha vyombo. Na wewe hapa kwa ndege uliambiwa unaenda kufanya kazi ya waiter kwa one of the hotel. Kufika huko wewe ni kadama, unaosha choo surely. Sasa hizo agency pia wanaweza kukuambia hivi ujinga zote. Ukifika huko wanakupeleka kwa job yenye si yako. Ni job yenye huko unataka. Na ni job yenye huko una expect inaweza nini? Sasa utakuwa unakataa, utakuwa unafanya contract ikiisha urudi.
Asante for that, Shah. Of course, and she's pointing out the immigration conundrum. Of course, unaweza jipata huko hivi nje na kwanza watu wanaopiga njia za mkato iko shida. Ila Likuyani, naona mkono iko juu. I'm gonna go to you 22 minutes past 7.
Thank you, Pipi. Nitaongea Kiswahili kidogo nichanganye, manake ndio tunaelewana vizuri. The Star amesema some things that I partly agree with, and some of them on basis of principle I don't. Because when tunaongelea kuhusu manufaa ya kazi, all of us here who are trying to work, the common goal is to be able to live life we desire. Whereas there are people who will be fortunate enough wapate kazi za ofisi, kuna wale ambao hawatafanikiwa kupata hizo kazi za ofisi. Na ndio sababu nilimuuliza Olwande, what did you do with this acquired? And I was happy she mentioned along the line she can actually be able to go to events, do some work in terms of catering, and get paid for that. And I think that's an important aspect of work. Work should be equivalent to fulfillment. And fulfillment comes in both your paycheck, of course, it's important, your ability to take care of your needs, and last but not least, you at a happy level. How happy do you feel with the job you have? Because you might have all the money because you live in a glass house, but you're not happy with the job you're doing, so it's retrogressive. Now, kuna hiyo msemo inaitwa watu kwenda kufanya kazi ng'ambo. Pipi, tumesikia sana. Na I don't know how many of you have traveled abroad to work abroad or currently are tuned in and are working abroad. Pipi, when I traveled for the first time to look for a job abroad, I actually knew I was going to be one of the best film directors or somewhere in an international news house and whatever. So I spent 1 year looking for a job within the communication industry until I discovered what I needed was to earn a living and be able to be happy with what I earn. Long story short, Pipi, everything I studied in journalism school today is a secondary to what I do, because now it is my hobby. Journalism is my hobby. It doesn't feed me, it entertains me. Okay? And the skills that I was able to get through that time in school, I've been able to carry them forth, and I'm able to use it as a means of transaction in the industry that I'm in. And by the way, I'm in the cleaning industry. And that in itself is a testament that we confuse worthy and value. What is the value of your job? Value is actually based on what other people perceive it to be. But at an individual capacity, you value a job because you know how much worth it is to you. And my challenge to all of us today, as much as we are addressing the issue of unemployment, let us put these things into perspective, especially if you're looking for a job. Let alone people who feel they have given up, and I totally understand where they're coming from. However, if you're looking and actively looking for a job, understand the value of your job to you, not to your neighbor, and then understand the worthy of that job in your personal capacity. Once you've been able to put those things on a scale, then you're able to pursue those goals that you have in terms of the employment field to fulfill your desires as an individual that is looking for a job. Nimeenda kando sana pipi, but the point is, I'm discouraging us from assuming it is waste of time studying specific skills through going to university and graduating and then ending up in the other field because that's not what you studied. The calamity is we confuse value and worth based on what you've studied because you did not have an objective. Most of us, the objective is, I am an architect. As a student, I'm going to end up being an architect and design the next big building in the market. Probably you will consult in a different industry, but the knowledge and I got an interruption. I apologize. So, Pipi, Olwande, Malia, and every other person that is on this call, it is not about what other people have valued your job to be. It's the worth of that job and the value you see in it that matters to you. I rather go to work, earn my money, and be fulfilled with what I've earned and provide for my family than assuming I am too qualified for a certain job because people think I'm worth that. Thank you.
Thank you, Bwana Eli, for that submission. I see Eve by Design has joined us, and of course, unajua saa zingine watu wanaendanga shule wanajifunga na kile ambacho wamesomea. Yeah, watu wanaenda wanajifunga na kile ambacho wamesomea. They don't want to think outside the box. And some of us almost died of hunger. We almost went back to Hispania. Do you guys know where Hispania is, guys? Sirare. Sasa ingekuwa kwa boda ya Kenya TZ bana na wife na mtoi. Yeah, Sirare, but there's a very few things you can do. I'd probably be a farmer. Ningekuwa nawaza tu mind yangu inaendaje. Yeah, but then look at me now. I'm here hosting Home Run with PP. If by design, set niko mbali sana kimaisha either way.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
Welcome, Home Run with Pippi.
All right, If by design, talk to us. How are you?
Hi, Pipi. How are you?
I am well. It's been a minute.
It's been a minute.
Lakini uko salama?
Niko salama, nashukuru. Labda nyinyi?
Mimi niko salama. Karibu.
I wish we could be doing this unemployment and employment nini every single week because there is a lot to unpack. There is very much a lot to unpack. I see I have an alumni from Maseno, Miss Olwande. You know, the basis of that IT was just for the sake of putting a name to the IT part. Really, whatever we were doing in IT, I guarantee you, kujua tu computer ndio ilikuwa the major thing. Now, I've listened to your conversation about our skill based, and my thought process took me to a place whereby employers and employees, we have a disconnect, whereby, let's say, if an employer is looking for employees or new employees, there is usually a culture in a certain office or in an organization whereby a new employee will be indoctrinated into that culture and the workspace and how things evolve. That is part of, I think, the training. You usually don't come into an organization ukijua ati this is my job description. You will have to go through their training, how they work, learn the processes and all those kinds of stuff. Now, when employers actually post these jobs, yeah, I saw a TikTok on that someone did saying an employer got so very many got people for interviews, yeah, but ended up not picking any one of them because they didn't have the set of skills that he was looking for. Now, when you're advertising a job, ain't you advertising the skills that you need to accompany the certain job description that you have? Like, take for example, in interior design and architecture, usually when someone is looking for either a drafting person or someone in interior design, you're usually asked which softwares you're comfortable with. You might be asked which softwares you're comfortable with, but in the job description, they usually tell you that someone who is avid in Autodesk or SketchUp or any 3D, but usually whatever they have in the office is what you're asked. So if you come and they ask you if you're avid in these 3D softwares and you say no, then it's a valid need for them not choosing you. But if you're valid and they know, you might be picked for an extra skill. Let's say maybe you're good in rendering or something of the sort. You might be picked for that. But for me, there is usually a disconnect between people, because most of it I've gotten, we all have seen our job applications, our responsibilities and all these kinds of things. Someone says, okay, fine. The responsibilities don't even match whatever. There are some skills that overlap most of the time. Our intra and interpersonal skills usually overlap in our job markets. But inafikanga mahali sasa, those certain specific skills, when you look at the job description, you usually don't find them that you can say, okay, fine, this job, for me, with my qualifications, I cannot do. No. So that is why most of the time unapata people are flocking one job, watu wengi, because the specifics of that job specifically are not there. And yet when it comes to the interview phase, yeah, someone is looking for those specific jobs, and you wonder, okay, fine, now if this person was looking for those specific qualities, why didn't they advertise so that they can actually filter out na hata hiyo process ya kuangalia CVs? Why do you call people and then the specifics of the job itself isn't on the job description? Number 2, we have a very awkward employee culture in Kenya. It's something that really bugs my mind most of the time, and Miss Olwanda actually touched on it, saying kuiba. Yes, your employer anaweza kakutreat vizuri, But when employee akiingianga kazi, there is a certain attitude that employees usually have with certain businesses. Here is why. You might get a good job, it's paying well, but you see things in the office that, okay, fine, the boss is free, you're being bought lunch sometimes and all these kinds of stuff. But some people usually act entitled in that if they're free stuff, okay, fine. The free stuff in the office, you can easily take home if you want. But you know very well that things in the office are not supposed to be taken at home because they are things that are supposed to be used in the office. They're supposed to make your work and your time in the office easy and almost fun. You enjoy that space. But most of the time, people still, yes, because they're not being paid enough. That is one of the reasons. But there is also an attitude problem with people that are employed. Mtu ataona biashara yako is going well, aanze kusema okay, si inaenda vizuri, she is bringing in supplies every other single week, so I am entitled to go uza these ones outside because this guy's business is it's booming. That's sort of entitlement issue. That's what I wanted to bring out from what I've heard. And also Eli talked about the job. This ametoka tu kuisema sahi, sijui kwa nini nasahau. Doing something for you. Now, me, I want to flip it a little bit. You can look for a job that you know very well serves you, fulfills you, but at the end of the day, is that job solving a problem within the society? Because we can't escape this society bit that we live in. Are we problem solving for the society at the end of the day? Is that work giving value to the society where our children are going to live, the society where we are going to live at the end of the day, the society where our parents lived? Are we changing the dynamics of this society, or are we just doing work for the sake of work? That is why never limit yourself. You can be good at so very many things. I'll take for example Olwande over here. She's good at cooking. I'm not limiting myself at that stage. I can cook, yes. I can do so. If it's something I'm able to do, then I would rather do it. But at the end of the day, with all this, with all that is happening in our societies, you tend to stick to one. And there's a saying, I can't complete it. A jack of all trades is someone but a master of none. So there's a whole saying with that. We usually take it out of context that someone who has so very many skills can't master all those skills. But at the end of the day, most people usually in this Kenyan society currently, and our education, we are forced to master a lot of stuff. I would easily want to do coding, me personally, but I'm thinking, no, that's not some place where I want to go, because yes, I am able to do coding, and there are very definite organizations that give out these trainings for coders. But at the end of the day, I'm asking myself, why would I do coding? Yeah, be skilled in coding, do a little bit of design work, do a little bit of handy fundy work, do all these kinds of skills. It also adds to the pressure of, that's why people usually specialize. But don't feel discouraged. Don't feel discouraged. Currently, as for me, I'm unemployed. I'm an alumni of Maseno who has done interior design. But in this field, we usually, the first statement that one of our head of department told us was, and I carry it with me most of the days of this life, that when you're coming to do interior design, you're not coming to do interior design specifically. You're coming in so that you can problem solve other people's problems. So I take it as part of being able to take in a problem, and if I can solve it and make this other person's life easier, then I'm good. So if you let's say you have a nail that needs to be drilled in, or a screw that needs to be drilled in, and I have the tools, I'll easily do it. I can paint, I can do all these things because I've placed it upon myself, but I'm someone who can easily solve a problem when it appears, so that someone else's issues doesn't affect his day. It's the same as customer service also. When someone comes and asks you in a company and you're a part of customer service, you're supposed to solve that person's problems. You're not supposed to add into the person's I'm going too technical a bit, but those were my viewpoints for this conversation. I hope we continue. Thank you.
Thank you, Eve, for that submission. I see Malia Davis, I'm not going to do, but I'm going to listen to the new speaker here. 19 minutes to the top of the hour.
Ladies and gentlemen, join Home Run with PP every weekday from 4 p.m. to 9 p.m. only on X Spaces. Home Run with PP, the home of your most valuable social conversations.
Yes, of course. We also have a new YouTube story that is going on. There's a there's a new YouTube story on HRWP. Make sure you check it out. So kuna mtu ambia watu when you are graduates in the next 7 months they will be begging to work in my cleaning company, na ni kazi ya watu wa kawaida. Yeah, so I want to hear one submission from Eli, then I'll go to Ayo. Ayo. I mean, amenizoea vibaya. Ayo. Ayo. Hi, ladies and gentlemen, ni mwisho wa mwezi, ingieni pale hivi kwenye tip za wadau, ama kutoka tarehe 6 nitakuwa na host spaces kutoka kwa jirani hapo hivi, kwa sababu baada hii Januari imekuwa ngumu wadau. Ingieni pale hivi kwa tip za nawaelewa. Eli.
Yeah, Pipita, I'll make it very fast, and I apologize to the rest of the speaker minute. Now, I want to say this as I bow out, that do not be discouraged with everything we are sharing, because everyone might be sharing their own experiences. But every time I walk into a room, Gloria's Eve was asking, what solution are you creating or proposing? When you guys are driving through Nairobi, admiring the skyscrapers and to those beautiful Airbnbs and possibly hotels for your holidays, you are seeing a good time, inshallah. I see money. I see money because every time I look at a window, ninaona hii inaweza kuwa elfu fulani. So it's actually me who was suggesting in the next 7 months, I'll be asking people who are graduates to come and work for my company, because only graduates that understand technical engineering in terms of architect and be able to work in my company. So if you are that graduate, please keep my contact, because you will need it in the next 7 months. Na sio 6 months kama za Ruto. Thank you.
Haya, hata mi bana naona ila mambo ikikuwa ngumu, naona hizo madirisha vya unasema. Si kuna insurance? Ni heri kukufa kazini kuliko kukufa maskini. Kuna insurance?
Rule number 1, we always train our workers to work with security, and therefore we cannot allow people to die at work.
So mnasikia. So guys, I know that is the only fear, especially, okay, I fear height. Myself, I can't even live beyond first floor. So you get, so watu wenye wanataka kufanya kazi ama, but wacha niwaambie kweli hivi, tuko tu honest. Despite us yapping here and I'm gonna speak as the one of the people who decided to self-employ or sleep hungry. I'll be honest guys. Kama ningekuwa naendelea kutafuta kazi, probably mpaka sasa hivi bado ningekuwa nangoja I have a very weird story. My sister graduated in 2018. This is 2025. 7 years on ndo amepata kazi yake ya kwanza ya contract, and it's not even a full year. So you can imagine how bad it is. Sasa hata mimi ningerudi ushago pale hivi nyumbani nikingojea degree yangu ya math. Unajua nikiambia hii degree ilikuwa inatisha watu kwa ushago, nilikuwa nafikiria they were joking, but it was right. Ayo, how are you doing?
I'm okay. Kwanza confirm kwa
Nakupata loud and clear, bro.
Very nice. Unajua tuko kwa society ingine hapa very interesting, and I'll tell you for a fact we have a society of learned graduates but broke. They are very learned, yeah, very learned but broke. Why? Because the education system has not taught us how to survive in this country or in the kind of societal setup that we find ourselves in. Unapata msee amesoma sana, kuna masters degree, karibu anaenda kufanya PhD and all that, and we see those PhD holders na hawana job because society the education setup imetufunza go to school, get those degrees, get those good grades and go get employed, and then we are not taught how to create that employment. And I'm speaking this from a point of knowledge and understanding that unapata msee alimaliza shule 10 years ago, but amekuwa akiapply job, amekuwa akiandika applications but anakuwa rejected. Rejection emails ndio zimejaza kwa email yake, right? So I feel we've gotten to a point whereby hatujui ku create employment, hatujui ku use skill set zetu to create employment. We just depend on using our skill set to make other people rich, whereby we need to get to a point. Unachikizi kama hizo cleaning jobs, kama hizi cooking jobs, you can open a hotel or you can just identify. We need to reach a point where we identify what the market needs. What does the job market need? What does our society need? Then we tap onto that. Unaweza pata msee amesoma engineering lakini anafanya biashara na ana succeed instead of waiting to be employed as an engineer na kuna makazi, una get. But then again unapata just a moment, wewe naenda break narudi, ama talk narudi.
Okay, just a minute. Let's give him a minute. Let's take a jingle.
This is Home Run with Pipi.
Remember to go to YouTube and check out our latest long story. The one and only Austin Shanky. As you're getting into more videos pale kwenye YouTube, yeah, it's something that you need to check it out. Ayo, nipatie by emoji kama you're going to be coming after this one, and get 100 if you're going to be coming after Japonji, so that I can have continuity. Okay, cool. Japonji, how are you doing?
Hey, PP, how you doing, man?
I am well.
A minute.
Na wewe je ukwaje?
I'm good. I don't want to. I'm good. I'm trying. I would like to acknowledge the presence of Malia, Ayo, Gloria, all these speakers on one day. Andy, how you doing? Amizani, and of course you, PP. And I love this topic. This topic is dear to my heart: youth unemployment. Okay. If I continue.
Yes, continue, Japunji. I can hear you.
Okay. I was asking because someone was trying to call me and I refused the call. So that's why I was asking. Okay, so this is how I want to start. You see, PP, someone just spoke about your value, value that you are adding to the company, and your worth, the worth that you think you have, like you deserve. So this is what I want to say. If you try to do some jobs in Kenya, the amount of salary that you will get is very low, So, but if you move to other countries with the same skill set, you will be earning more. I'm talking about specific skill sets, So I speak for myself and people who are who do hands job, people who are hands-on, like my profession. First of all, I'm like a personal trainer, fitness, consultant and all that, I do sports management, all that. So as I've said before in this space, PP, there's a very big disconnect between the courses that we do at the campus and the job market, And I know this is a tough call, but sometimes we have to blame the policies that the government make. Because most campus, in Kenya, most universities, they just want to break even. They want to make profit, So they don't care if you get job out there. They just want you to get your degree and move out, You're like, you are just a source of revenue, you are just a specimen, They don't care about you getting job out there. So the one thing I always advise people for the last few years, 10 years or so, I always ask them, you are going to do pure maths, like UPP, for example, you're going to campus to do maths, pure maths, you're going to do BCom. That's just a name, that's a course. What's the career market, What are the data, what are the statistics, Like you see, at least you need to have that in mind, Like you're going to do Bachelor of Arts Education. Maybe I just posted the payslip of a teacher, and you saw a teacher who is earning almost his basic salary is 40K, but he goes home with 13,000. You saw that. I just shared on this Jumbotron. So my point is, as much as we want to go to campus and the thrive of it, like we just want to show that we are graduates, we have to. Some of us did not have that, mentors, someone to take you through the courses and what you become after the course, So if we can actually help our brothers, sisters, our sons, or whoever, to analyze the job market, and also try to do courses that are universal, You can get the same job in Tanzania, in Uganda, in Europe, something that you are in a university. So that universal aspect has to dig in. For example, if you're doing nursing in Kenya, you have to figure out how many countries can you actually work with the same qualifications, Because what I know from experience is that nursing in Kenya, you cannot practice the same course, for example, in Europe, in US, in the Middle East. You have to do some other courses with some skill sets with the same course, just like a doctor. So I'm just saying, like you need something that can, you can be comfortable moving out of the country and doing it, Having said that, there's someone who was talking about the youth, the Gen Z being, lazy. No, I will not call it lazy. People, when I was still second year, someone used to complain in the neighborhood saying that he's looking for a job, they want 3 years experience, and he's just finished campus. You experience at all, and that was the talk of town. Then this thing hit me because I went and asked my professor, like, what would you do, like finishing this course and you don't have experience, and most employees ask for experience. Then he said, no, don't worry about that. The internship you can start at the 3rd year will count as experience. Just go for unpaid internship. And that thing has saved a lot of people and friends. So you start your unpaid internship when you are on the 3rd year. You can take evening courses, or you can take less units at the campus. And then you start doing like voluntary work and paid work. But what the company, maybe they don't know, maybe they can give you fare or food or whatever, but you are getting that in-job experience internship. And actually you can use that job experience when applying for job as soon as you finish campus. So I find that to be one of the best solutions ever. Something that ukimaliza to campus, you don't start tamarking with 0 experience. It's very, very difficult for someone to hire you based on that experience, And also the other thing I wanted to talk about is, the motivation, like whatever motivates you to do a certain job with a skill set, you have to differentiate that with the problem that you are solving. Like I always ask myself, someone comes and asks for a job, then the first thing I always ask them is, okay, what exactly will you be solving? What problems are you solving? Okay, you want the work, you want the job. Job is just a title, but what are you solving? You see, You earn by helping people, by solving their problems. That's why I love my job so much. I'm obsessed because when I help someone become a better person, when I help someone lose fat, become fit, be able to walk through physical therapy, when I'm able to help someone get rid of things like diabetes, obesity, so see, then payment just becomes like like how you call it. It's not like a salary. It's just the reward. This is the reward you get for helping people, and you just need to identify that problem. What problem is there? What are people suffering from? What do people want? To be solved. Whenever someone brings anything, me always look at it as an opportunity. I just turn your problem into an opportunity, and after solving, I get my reward, and that's how it rolls here. So, Pipi, as before, I just love listening more. I'll be listening, and great conversation, guys. Keep going, bless.
Asante sana Japonji. Are you back? Ni kama bado Ayo hajafika. Ayo.
Acha nimalizie.
Maliza ndugu.
Nipate dakika tano.
Sawa. While Ayo is finishing up with work, let's get to hear from Frederick before we go to Malia. Frederick, how are you doing?
Yeah, I'm very much fine. What about you guys?
We are well. Talk to us.
I think based on youth unemployment, I think sometimes we need to be creative. Sometimes even talent can create job opportunities. When you play football or any other activity might create any employment to you. Because mine, I am a football coach. I started since I was in Form 1 2012, and now here it has already created many employments for me. I coach academies. Nowadays, even I take opportunity to officiate, and now I am a referee from Football Kenya Federation, because through talent and the passion that I took it seriously when I was in primary school, it has already created opportunity for me so that I can afford to feed my family, my child, and pay school fees. That's all for today. Talent and being creative, it will create job opportunities to you guys.
Thank you, Fred, for that submission, quick and to the point. Malia Davis, your hand is up. Talk to us.
Thank you, Pipita. So I just wanted to talk about some new ways which have been there or which have come up to link people with, I won't say jobs, but you are linked with clients. So, for example, if it's delivery, if it's cleaning, if it's different, there are different categories. So there are some websites which, first of all, you can advertise for free. So like someone like what is his name? General China, there he's a nurse, so he can advertise on those platforms. Then when the client goes to look at that, because some of these sites, they are advertised as they are just linkage. So they link you with someone who needs your services. So for example, there's a time when I was doing some studies, and I needed like delivery of some documents, and I was finding it hard because the place which I wanted the documents to go was a bit out of my way. And now I was finding it hard to leave job. I started going all the way there and all that. So I just went to Pigiami, and I looked, and I found an advert there of someone who does delivery. So he became my delivery guy. He used to take for me the documents anytime when I want. I call him, he just comes and I pay him, and he takes the document and gets it signed but on the Nini book, delivery book. And then there's a time I wanted someone to do for me data analysis. I tried someone who had worked with my relative, but it was problematic. I think he was not, I think he was too busy or something. So I still went back to that Pigiami and I looked for a data analyst, and he did for me the job, and very well. So I can tell guys that why don't you advertise even in GG, even in like Pigiami? I usually find it to be really good. I've always gotten good services from there, but they are also specific. It's only that I can't remember them off the top of my head, but there are specific websites which have different categories. So what happens is you advertise there, and I believe it's free. So they link services with clients. So if you're someone who maybe you can paint, so I had someone saying she can paint. So if you can paint, you just put there that you can paint, and then now the people who are looking for someone to paint, you'd be surprised by how many people don't know someone who can paint. Like usually they might have to talk to someone else to get it, but those linkages, websites, and also there are some, okay, I like those ones because I don't know if there's a commission which the client pays. The way I understood it, it's like there isn't for that website, but there are also others who take a certain percentage. So they have kind of like the way we have the app for Bolt or Uber Eats. So they get you the person who is near to you. So like if you want your house, you want cleaning, and you're in a certain place, the people who've advertised for the service around you are the ones who are going to be get that. So I'm just saying that let's not look at because right now with the current job market, fine, it's good to be applying for jobs, but again, think outside that job where you're looking for someone to give you the job. Look at where you have a service that you can deliver, that you can offer, and you can offer, and so you link with your client like that. So you go and do it. It's just short term. Once you're through with that, but the thing is, I think it is a good it's a good way, at least because like that delivery guy, that time I even asked him, because that like that delivery guy, there's no costs. There's no cost, because the only cost is for him. Of course, he'll add for me the fare or wherever he'll go. So he'll add for me the fare there and everything. So in a day he could make at least, I think, 1,000, which is not bad, without any taxes. And he was maisha inasukuma. So I would like, it's only that I don't know the exact, maybe I'll look, some of these things, they come when you're not thinking about, so you don't get the name. But I also know that there are people who have, like what I've told you, they're linking services to the persons who are nearest, like how Bolt does. It gives you the cab which is near you. So they have different, I saw one which was having a lot of services, like so many categories. So like if it's general China, you can put there that you're a registered nurse. If someone has an ill person who they'd like to be nursed, they'll just get you from there. Okay, so I think that is a better way, and it doesn't cost you. Doesn't cost you anything. And like if you're applying for jobs, you have to go to the maybe whatever, write the CV and all these ABCD, so many things that you need money. So that one there is no capital. You can do it so long as you have data. You can, and your smartphone, you can be able to check in. You just post. So when you post, of course, once the person who needs the services, and there I've seen, like for example, that running errands for people, because in Nairobi people are so busy. that business of just running errands for someone, taking documents, even going to their post office and take their mail. You know, some people are incapacitated and sometimes they don't have even someone to go and check for me my mail, you know. So I think like that one for errands, and you see that one, anyone can do that, anybody can do that. So of importance is and it's not a full-time job, so it's not saying that now you've deviated from your career or what you're passionate about. It's just something which can help you in terms of at least to have some funds, so that you can at least not be just idle and you're broke, you know. So unfortunately I can't remember the whatevers, but they're there. I think if you just Google, you may be able to find, because I saw like that one, which was the one I'm telling you, was like a website. It has a lot. It has painters, it has plumber, it has electricians, it has all kinds cleaners, all kinds of tutors. Like you now, Peter, I told you you should think of advertising, because a lot of people have problem with mathematics. If you can be able to tutor them, it can be lucrative. So think about that, because as Japonji has said that it's about problem solving. And to be very honest, there are so many problems. Let me tell you, there are so many problems that need to be solved. So many problems, so many. So just think about which problem can you be able to solve. Some things even don't need much skills as such, but yeah, you can try those options. I believe, at least I can say, like on Pigiami, I've used it twice and I got good.
Is it me or we have lost Malia on the mic? Can you hear me, Eve? I don't know if it's me or it's we have lost Malia on the mic. Yeah. At least nimekusikia bwana. So anyway, umemaliza shughuli ayo ama niende kwenye comment section?
Niko hapa, niko hii town.
Sasa tupatie uhondo. Na sasa nafurahia sana unasikia ukisema uko kazi bana.
Mbona?
Unajua bana, watu wengi wanaongea hapa hivi wanasema niko jobless. Unaona, sasa ni vizuri tukisikia mmoja wetu akisema ako job bwana. Isikuwe kongamano la jobless.
We don't take it for granted. So what I was saying here is that, and I think I've also fallen short of this same thing that I'm going to talk about. We were taught to just stick to what we studied, and that's why most of us probably are. And then when we got to graduate, we found that our fields of study were swamped, and there was no space for whatever role we are looking for, or whenever you apply, maybe bado hujafikisha hiyo cut off yenye unatafuta, so unapata it becomes a bit difficult to get what we want. And personally, I think kuna time I lost my job, and I took a year still looking for a job, and I think I took 6 months off from not looking for work. Then when I started, it was interviews after interviews after interviews after interviews, and saizo unasema I know my worth and this is how much I want to earn, but then again unapata the industry really wants you but they can't afford you. So those are also some of the challenges. Now una get if they want you, they can't afford you, and probably now they'll reject you and not tell you at risk of kutumia tu rejection email that you did not meet our whatever. I remember there was some time where I was interviewed and they said that I was overqualified. So those are some of the tactics of that employers nowadays use to reject you. Ndio usisikie vibaya, but still hajakupatia job, so it doesn't change the fact that bado hauna kazi. But then again, what I was just trying to learn later on is that as much as you might be employed, and this is for the employed and the unemployed, as much as you might be employed, don't just depend on your pay slip, because at the end of the day, hiyo job inaweza isha anytime, na saa zingine hiyo whatever hiyo that sucking note, that firing letter haikujangi na notification, unashtukianga tu imefika. So it's important to always prepare for the rainy days, knowing that job inaweza anytime, and my employer doesn't owe me anything. At the end of the day, they can choose whom to employ, whom to fire at whatever time, and life has to go on regardless. So it's important, and these are the lessons I learned while I was at that season, that always prepare for rainy days. As much as you have this job, hii job inakupatia chance ya kutafuta job ingine. Tafutanga kama wewe ni msafu ku job, tafutanga hiyo job ingine kama uko kwa hii job ingine. Usingoje kufutwa kwanza ndio utafute job ingine. You understand? So, and then again, as much as you getting your earnings, also save and also invest for rainy days. Probably it could be a biashara, it could be whatever. We are not all blessed with that mind of business. I would say that for a fact, and I know si wambia anzisha biashara, but biashara gani? Unaielewa hata hiyo biashara vizuri? Are you ready to incur the losses, and are you ready to take care of the profits that will be made? Are you ready to to have that wisdom to run that business in equal measure? So I think saa zingine siweke watu hiyo pressure ya biashara, but then at the end of the day, si kila mtu is meant for biashara. Some of us are meant for something else. We just need to discover it. So I think we are blessed in different ways, na tunafaa ku accept that fact, and the moment we accept that fact, tutacha easy pressures are unnecessary. And then again, saizi kuna makazi. As much as the government is saying that, we are creating job opportunities for the youth and all that, hakuna job opportunities as well create. It is us to create those openings for ourselves. If you went, for example, if you studied journalism, right now there's so many opportunities for journalism through self-employment. And it took me, imagine, I spent almost 10 years in the media industry, and I never believed in myself that I could ever stand probably in front of a camera, because I was almost all the times behind the scenes. It took me to get fired, to lose my job. Kusema enyewe, I've made a lot of talents on there. Why don't I try and be one of the talents? And through that, I took a step of faith, and I killed all that. These are my ideas. You can't. This is not for me until it is for you. You understand? So as I conclude, I'd say that sometimes it takes that step of faith. Hiyo kitu yenye unaogopa kufanya, just do it. The world will adjust. Because if you wait for the world to adjust for you, you have to make it adjust through you creating those opportunities and making it better for your own self, if that makes sense. And I hope it makes sense at the end of the day. So be it in whatever field, hata kama we ni daktari, build a pharmacy, start a pharmacy, and through that ufungue clinic yako. That's self-employment, So after all is said and done, I hope we learn to cope life after unemployment, or to cope with unemployment through creating opportunities for ourselves in whatever way possible. Thanks, Vivi.
Thank you for that, Ayo. You have brought up a very important thing, that preparing for a rainy day, because one of the things that I've learned is that you can be jobless at any time, and there is nobody who is immune. Kama ma MP wanakuwa jobless na ma cabinet secretaries, what about us? Eve, I mean, I know maybe she has something to say. I'm gonna go to Eve, then listen to Aguko Harrington. You're listening to Home Run with PP. Eve.
Yeah, thank you. I think I needed to hear that your employer doesn't owe you a single thing. If he decides to go AWOL on you, it shouldn't matter, because at the end of the day, they're the owners of their own business. Sometimes you might think you're close to your employers most of the time. You have a good rapport, but you never know. Some other people might be speaking into their ears about you, and out of nowhere, you don't have a job or you don't have that work that you used to depend on. Ask me. I've learned that this year. And I wanted to add on to whatever you said about your skills and going out and doing them. And I wanted to add another point of view. In that we are always doing these discussions and how most of us usually come on here and talk. I think we have a culture whereby we usually don't advertise ourselves and what we are good at most of the time. We expect people to discover us and get to learn more about us, but we don't advertise ourselves and what we are good at. And then there's a certain culture also I've seen na historia ya watu kwa majuu na kushtakiwa mambo na ICE. Wakenya hatupendi kusaidiana. There's no culture whereby utasikia job mahali and then you say, oh, I have a friend who's so good at this and this and this and this. Can I connect you? Because most of the jobs that you hear that are being posted, most of them sometimes utasikia vizuri they're already taken. I think our parents learned this thing kitambo. Unaona? So they go there, they look for jobs, they ask, okay, fine, do you need someone of this kind of thing? Biashara inasemekana inafanywa Java ama any other coffee place. And yes, we meet up, we discuss all these things. We say, okay, fine, I need someone who is this and this, and then we connect. Sometimes it doesn't go far, nini ama mtu anasema we can't mix friendship with business. But at the end of the day, those relationships are what builds industries. Those relationships are what connects you to great talent, because you might say, okay, fine, we are using social media. Social media is usually a discovery of talents, of talents out here. But friendships, that in-person friendship usually is the main discovery of talent, because it builds on, okay, fine, I know Pipita, and Pipita is good in math, so I can connect her to someone who is doing tutoring and needs a math tutor. So the trust factor is already established, because we are so into don't trust people online and all these kinds of stuff. And so we need to also build that culture whereby we connect people to industries where they can thrive, not where you think they will watapata kazi and then they'll be settled and then you forget about it. No, you settle someone where you know very well they will thrive. When you come and reconnect with them 2, 3, 4 years later, you say, okay, fine, you connect me to this. Do you have someone of this kind of, it now continues. You get that, okay, you're building a certain community of businesses and thriving stuff, and your businesses will thrive. It's like creating a rapport with your clients and customers, because at the end of the day, you're building your society and you're building your business and you're building talent and you're building skills. So that's what I wanted to add up on. That tuone venye, yes, we get into these spaces, we talk, we connect, but are we connecting whereby you know very well this other person is going to thrive, this other person is going to help build a business, this other person is going to help build something that is going to take us through decades and decades of good understanding and good relationships. That's what I wanted to add.
Okay, thank you so much, Eve, for that. Aguko Huntington, how are you doing?
Yes, I'm good, Pipi. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear, bro.
Oh, from my end, the nini is very the sound is very low. I don't know what's the problem, but I'll just speak. What I wanted to say is I'm seeing a topic here. Youth unemployment is a ticking time bomb, and indeed it is a ticking time bomb because the job loss rate is very high as we are speaking, because many companies are laying off. That is one, and when people are laid off, automatically they are coming outside here. So as youths, we just need to learn other skills, just the way other speakers have spoken. I came in late, but I had the likes of Malia and Eve and others. They were speaking very well concerning how we can create other opportunities for us to thrive. Even Ayo has given a very good point on the employment. It is not the best place for you. When you are there, kindly you do a savings here and there as you look for a better thing that you can do. Kama mimi, I think Pipita, I came to know you after losing a job, and that is when I started actually attending most of the spaces when it was my lowest time. And being somebody who is a bit of talkative, I was speaking to friends and they were giving me guidance on how to survive. And actually that is how I grew. Until today, I'm meeting different kind of people with different backgrounds, different history, and still we are changing ideas. As at now, all the way from vile nilianza boda boda, I do deliveries in town. Vile nilianza boda boda, and up to now, we are venturing in something else. Tunakodesha shamba somewhere, and we do farming. So that is also a way of getting income. It is not a must that you concentrate on one thing or you concentrate on your employment. When you are in employment, you can also look for other ideas that you can grow yourself with. It is not a must that you leave it, you go and venture into that. No, you can just do a double skill. You do something, you put people to do for you something like farming or a business somewhere, as you also do the employment, so that you can double earn. You earn from both ends. And I'll encourage youth, mostly wenye hawana kitu ya kufanya, just look for ideas like mkiwa na mabeshte, mkikuwa kwa group ya mabeshte, msikuwe na ideas mbaya kama kuenda kuiba, but how you can grow a 1 shilling to become 2. Only that is what can help you. When you grow a shilling to become 2, the next day you will think of growing that 2 to become 5. And that is how you will grow. And even the way pia utapata ka opportunity ya kuemploy others. Because from all the way from last year, I managed to get 2 bikes. Now I have another person mwenye nimepea another bike anaendesha. So in a span of only 1 year and some months and 2 months. And I think that one is a very good move, because ule pia hakuwa na yeye, pia alifukuzwa mali penye alikuwa anafanya kazi na akona familia na watoto, so atajisaidia aje? So I just saw it like, let me give him this and then I look for another one. And even though chenye tutasaidika, badala ya kukaa ukiongoja, maana uko na umesomea kitu, hiyo kitu yenye umesomea ndio unaongoja ikuje itokelezee ufanye, au utaipata. Yeah, unless ujitengenezee yako on the same field. Thank you Pipita. Ndio nimeingia kwa nyumba, nimepanda stairs na hema sana.
Napenda sana, ni kama hapa hivi tunakutananga meeting ya watu wenye walipoteza kazi na, lakini the good thing about longevity of home run in the PP is ninawaona mkikuwa mko jobless mpaka mnafika mnapata kazi. Sasa tena nyinyi ndio tena mnakuwa greatest sponsors wa show bwana. Ina slap bwana. Yes, so yeah, I'm glad to hear that story ya Guko. Sio kila saa watu tu wanaingia hapa wana complain, oh tume hii serikali. Yeah. Also, there's a comment here that I wanted us to. It's from Mushiri wa Mushiri. It says blitzpuzzle.com coming soon. Register today. I think alikuwa naongea hiyo time yenye wanaongelea mambo ya delivery, and I think Google you can also check it out na wale wa delivery, because I also know there's also another guy wa boda boda natusikizanga hapa hivi a lot of times. So anyway, thank you so much for always finding time to listen to us and talk to us hapa hivi ndani ya Home Run with PP. It's always an honor to listen to you, and of course if you like what you're doing, there is always that tip jar line 0721948229 where you drop in your support. Of course, today we are talking about unemployment, and of course, the statistics is quite worrying. 3.5 million Kenyans stand unemployed as per the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, and the number could be higher than that. One thing that was so disappointing was the fact that the co-2 chair, Mr. Atuoli himself, Brother Atuoli, he came out to say that he does not believe the Federation of Kenya Employers when they say that the employees are being named redundant, and he says that not 50 companies left, because if 50 companies left, he would have known. That is his argument. I don't know what you guys feel about that, but for me, I feel like that is mocking the people of of Kenya as a whole, because the truth of the matter is that is a lot. Yeah, nimeangalia payslip ya mtu hapa hivi ana 40,000 over the weekend. The timeline was going on about salary 100,000. Believe it or not, many graduates don't even start from 100,000 shillings in Kenya right now. Nilikuwa na apply my entry jobs, naona starting salary 35,000. You know, a graduate with masters 38, 50,000. You're like, what the hell is going on here? Teachers are getting paid 17,000 for JSS. Yeah. So pia kuna watu wenye pia wako employed, but it's more of an employment, because kama kuna yenye Japunjia ameshare hapa hivi. And of course there is also that one thing that I would like to maybe talk about maybe in the future, the issue of loans, that if you take loans without a plan, they are going to drown you, because kama hii payslip yenye Japunjia ameshare hapa hivi, basic salary 40,000, rental allowance 9,000, commuter allowance 5,000, inakuja a total of 65,000, but akikatwa loan za banks tatu anabaki na 13,000 net. So I think also the amount of money that you also take in loans and how you use it is very important as well. Anyway, thank you so much for tuning in to Home Run with PP. I see the hands of Olwande and Eve on the air. Olwande, what's up?
Thank you, Pipi. I was cutting up my hand and somebody called na juu sasa ilikuwa pesa, lazima ningeattend to pesa kwanza. But I really wanted to touch on very prominent issues that Eve talked about. Mimi huwa nasema when you're applying for a job, na tuache tu hii mentality lazima tu apply for a job. Hata pia personally I was like you PP. Me personally vile nilikuwa nimemaliza tu university naye nilikuwa na job already, ilikuwa inanikoja British Army. So I worked there from 2020. Me I graduated in 2019. Lakini what I came to learn in the places sasa is in the job sector, and I want to talk about my experience. So pale British Army, kama vile mi sasa nilikuwa kwa jikoni, and you know that was not a profit making organization. So food was always there because most of the time we used to feed the military camp from the UK, and also they were eating international foods. So you might get Monday they are eating Caribbean, Tuesday they are British foods, on Wednesday, so like that. So ulikuwa unapata kuna supply, kuna maziwa, kuna nyama, anything that you want to eat, it used to exist in that kitchen. You'll eat the way you want. Hata kama unataka kula ndo mzima hiyo siku, it was free of charge, you could eat it. But the condition was usitoke na hiyo chakula nje ya gate. In fact, wakati tunaingia kazi, of course, kila kampuni inakuanga na laws, rules zenye zimeset for that organization. So even British Army used to have something called TACOS on the rules and regulations of the employee where you were to sign. So one clause ya kufukuzwa kazi ama ya kupewa dismissal, number one was gross misconduct. So gross misconduct was umeiba nini, ya kuanga tana issue, hiyo we unaenda home direct. So when I got in na the first day nikafanya chapa job, of course unajua unaingianga hapo uko na hanga ndo unaona vitu mpya, unaona pizza, unaona bacon, unajua hizo food zenye ukulangi nyumbani. So normally the way any human being will react, hata mimi hiyo siku nilikula karibu hata nikufe, niokotwe hapo kwa jikoni but sikutoka na kitu yoyote because you know I had read the rules. But sasa tukienda nyumbani, I will see people, watu wamebeba, watu wako na nyama, mwingine amebeba a whole paja ya mbuzi mzima, mwingine sijui amebeba mafuta, because anything you want ingekuwa hapo kwa hiyo jikoni. So wakati tunaenda home, mimi nauliza sisi vitu watu wamekatazwa kutoka nayo nje. Then mtu akanijibu wewe ingia wewe usome system. So what does this man believe that tunafaa kuchukua, unaweza toka nayo lakini ukuwe mjanja. That is the meaning that man was trying to tell me. So with the British Army nilikuwa nimewambia I was under unskilled. So unskilled walikuwa wanalipwa approximately, the highest ulikuwa unaweza pata ni 45,000. So tulikuwa tunaingia into job groups na ilikuwa sijui KZ something. So mimi yangu ilikuwa imeanza na around 38. So 38 ukitoa hizo taxes zote upate maybe utatoka na 30,000 or something. So again, that leaves you back to the situation. Now, in kazi, I could find myself, we were working for 9 full hours. And you know, it's kitchen. There is nowhere you are sitting. There is nowhere, it is work. So you will work overtime and you will be paid overtime. And overtime was compulsory because sometimes you used to take longer hours. So the main challenge in this job is like, first, hauna time yako ya kufanya vitu zako. For example, me, I could work online, but I could not get time yangu ya kufanya kazi zangu online, be it academic writing or other things. So my entire life, I'm depending on this job. Looking at this 30,000, nikilipa tu rent, nilipe maybe maid, nilipe, hii pesa imeisha, to be honest. So what was I speaking of again? Unajipata pia we umeanza kubeba hii nyama. You said it is your intention. No. But now the budgets that you have, and somebody talked about loans. Hata huko watu walikuwa wanachukua loans. Unapata mtu amechukua loan mpaka yeye anabaki na salary ya 8,000. Na si hata maneno ati ni kupenda kwake. Maybe you have kids, you have school fees to pay, you need your own personal development. Na unajua development kama hizo, and especially zenye unachukua loan, results wazangi kuona saa hiyo. For example, ilichukua loan kujenga, which I always believe is a very bad idea. At the end of it, by the time unamaliza kulipa hii loan, unakuwa unakatwa mpaka hakuna vile una survive. Loan inakuanga mzuri tu kama unafanya biashara. So that leaves you to this problem, theft at work. So looking at it, and one day I asked my employer, nikamwambia hii pesa nayo si mnatulipa kidogo sana with this economy. And they were arguing like, how much is a cleaner paid in Kenya? Walikuwa shatembea around, wanapata as low as 15,000. Here we are paying you 38. Ukiangalia wewe vile uko na vitu, because living at me, nilikuwa naangalia nikichapa academic writing moja ama nifanye transcription itanipea hata maybe 1.87 USD per transcript. At that time I used to work with Scribby, which was the lowest paying. So unapata hata niki sacrifice because hizo vitu ku proofread haikuwa ina take time 15 minutes 30 45. So ufanye hata for like 8 full hours uko na pesa yako mzuri per day. So unapata unakaa chini unaangalia mimi sina time yangu tena. And that's why I'm saying I agree with the person that said hakuna connection between employer na employee. Employer pia hataki ku understand needs za huyu employee. Then most of them pia hawataki ku adjust to the changes and environment of high economy. Unapata kama 30,000 unakulanga, hiyo ndio unakula na hiyo ndio unaenda nayo home, na unapata mafuta sasa imepanda, kila kitu imepanda, so wewe bado unabaki. Yani mi wana call slavery. You are giving too much than whatever you are getting back. So that is my explanation in that, and according to my experience. Secondly, nilikuwa nataka kuguzia hii maneno ya tech. I think Eva alikuwa ametouch about it kuwa, and especially on the kind of the course we are being offered, the IT part of it, which was good. For me nilikuwa na take keen about it. I know so many people that we were with hawakuwa wanachukua IT kama kitu ya maana, but you see ilikuwa inaanza kufunza a lot of system as SPSS, vitu zenye ni very important, and especially in the NGO sector because hiyo ndio inatumika kwa database. So una find most graduates saizi PP, I am telling you for a fact because I've worked with some of them, waambie hata waandike report. Na report ni kitu tu dakika moja unaenda hapo Canva, you can design and nice, unaweza tumia tu template moja kutengeneza report poa sana. They cannot draft it. They can't. Ukimwambia tunaenda meeting ama tumetoka meeting kuna memo inafaa kuandikwa, they cannot write that memo. Sasa hata kuna chat GTP. Unapata mtu hata hawezi rudi kwa hiyo chat GPT kuangalia. Hiyo ni fresh graduates. Ndio maana nakwambia hata sisi wenyewe we have a problem and people don't want to adjust. Lazima adjust to the changing world. Lazima tu adjust. Mimi have seen situations whereby graduates hawawezi hata fungua computer, they don't know anything in Microsoft Word, they don't know anything in Microsoft Excel. Actually for me, I'm not even a pro in Microsoft Excel, but I can do the basics. Sasa ukiangalia pale internet kuna mpaka hizi jobs za how do they call them, za data entry, and it is pure Excel and Microsoft Word. Now ume earn $10 yako ama ume earn, they are paying as much as $20. But you see hizo vitu zenye zinataka sasa tech skills, na hizi tech skills graduates wengi wenye wana graduate sahi, they don't want to learn them because of course they are also not in the system. And I'm talking of myself. Like I've told you, I'm a teacher by profession. Mi time yangu vile kwa nafunza ualimu, the CBC haikuwa, so nilifundishwa na ile old system. Unapata nikiingia class, gava inataka kunipea basics, hizo method of teaching, vile nafaa kutumia 2D material. But you see, umenipeleka kwa hiyo class nifunze integrated science. I did English and literature. If you've not trained me, how will I do it? And I know in like 3 to 4 years, kutakuwa mpaka na hizo AI skills zenye mwalimu lazima utumie AI kuingiza marks, lazima uconsult AI uone understanding ya mtoto imekuwa wapi. And I tend to believe we'll be having the same problem again. So back to whatever I was saying. Skills are important. As much as we want to assume skills are, hata PP, I remember hata juzi hapo, I used to give you posters, unasema Grace utengeneze tu poster mzuri. And I remember I was trying to tell you, I want to learn this thing. I want to learn it so that I may be able to do it on my own. Until you are telling me, can you use Canva? Have you used Adobe? Have you used, so that I get to know what apps can I use to make my work better? So that is how people learn. Make hizo mistakes, tengeneza, utajipata tu umetengeneza kitu poa, na hapo ndo una learn the job. But hii maneno ya watu tu kusema ati mi nishafanya ualimu, mi ni engineer, lakini huwezi draw na kompyuta. Wewe unataka kudraw na mkono, na hizo mkono watu washatoka hapo. So like you have just to know how to acquire also other skills so that wakikuita ufanye kitu, kwa sababu hata kama ni mimi mpishi, I can only do it better if I can create my own website. I can advertise what I do. I can make those sorry I can make hizo maposters vizuri, na enye website yangu mtu akiingia naona this is House of Grace Catering Service, call this line, blah 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 blah. If you want to get new recipes, click here, pay $5, get this recipe. Actually, Mimi, that is my dream. I want to reach there. I want to reach there myself, so that hata kama umekaa tu, so long as mtu ameingia kwa hiyo website yako click amesoma recipe, you are also earning. You know, as much as we want to ignore, but the fact is the world is going to take. For now, it is going to take. And I know in the next years, e-tech pia itakuwa imekuwa so used, sasa people want manual skills. So just make sure you have both. So that ya sai unaweza fanya sai. Actually, if you're a cook, because saizi tuseme mtu alikuwa amesema hapo, oh, you can open your hotel. Sai nikifungua hoteli lazima nikuwe na food and safety certificate. How much is it? Lazima ukuwe na pesa ya kuitoa. Lazima ukuwe pia na handlers, food handler certificate. Hiyo ni pesa. Lazima ukuwe na certificate yenyewe ya biashara. Hiyo ni pesa. Kumbuka, you've not employed anyone, haujaleta food warmers, haujaleta anything, na hiyo yenyewe ni pesa. But think about it this way. I can be able to have my website. People can talk to me about recipes I can make. They pay me online. Surely, ujaeka kazi yake imekuwa rahisi ama umeweka. Then unamwambia, kama unataka nikuje physically nikupikie, this package is at this e-price. E-package pia iko e-price. Fine Grace, come, when are you available? How much? This. Business inaenda nywe. Hata si lazima ukue na hiyo hoteli. You know, those are the things I always think about. Si lazima nikue na hiyo hoteli. Si lazima hata nisimamishe hiyo hoteli hapo. I can use my computer and create money for myself where I am, so that day if somebody want my physical appearance, you pay for it. I come, I cook for you, you give me my money, I come back home. So in the environment, I always look at myself. Mimi sitaki kuenda kujichafua na majikoni na majivu sijui from Monday to Monday. You are just trying to make your work easier, but you are doing it in a proper way, in that you look legit, you also earn from it at the comfort zone. At the end of the month, we unatoanga $2 zako pole pole. So I think tech is very important, and everybody should be willing to learn it. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, Olwande. Gotta get that cough checked out, yeah? Eve, are you there?
Hey, Olwande, I think we're in the same train of thought. And yeah, the world is moving to tech. I like that you understand, you've understood your market, where you are, and what is moving. I was currently looking at the World Economic Forum report for the 2025 2025 forecast for the job market for this year, and some jobs are going to be lost. Like the first one up there was administrative, those people who are admin assistants and all those kinds of, and clerks. That was the first that's going to lose a lot of employees, and AI is going to pick up. So with tech, there are going to be more jobs created than the losses that are going to be experienced from those positions that are going to be redundant. And it's good that we are getting to a place whereby we know tech is going to be part of us. There's this guy, I don't know what's the other name, Tony. He's Tony someone. His TikToks usually go way overboard when he talks when he talks about AI and what he's doing with the education part of it, and how they want to incorporate AI in school learning. We really don't need to seclude ourselves from what is happening out here. Kumbuka hii wiki Nvidia lost about 1 trillion in stock just because of a Chinese-based large language model that can be easily placed. Kama saizi, we can easily buy it and say, okay, fine, we want to teach it and train it Swahili so that it can help us in all this other stuff. That is where we are moving. Unaona? We have to look for solutions that really benefit our certain niches and our certain markets. And also we need to have this conversation about tech, like a serious deep dive about tech, because technology is it's not just IT, it's how you can incorporate. It's almost like for those people who are tech ni kurahisisha kazi, something that can take you from a problem to it being solved. The technology that you use hapo, that is tech. It's a technology at the end of the day. You've solved that problem and you will continue solving it with the certain technique that you actually have. So it's not just IT peke yake, it can easily be different things. Like saizi, when we are doing woodworking, we usually don't use hand tools. We have various tools that can be used. You can easily use one grinder to do your sanding if you don't have an orbital sander. It's those are technologies that are out here. So yeah, we need to take ourselves from I like how China did it. They actually took themselves from being dependent on any, and I think our government also needs to do that. You just choose certain fields that can come up, that are coming up, that you cannot give subsidies on each and every field. For China, they actually boosted their manufacturing. That's why it's a manufacturing hub, because their government says, okay, fine, we need to create a certain atmosphere hapa hivi, whereby we know very well that they boost it for their people. So if the Chinese, if you find manufacturing mostly Chinese owned based or Chinese based companies, Chinese owned companies that are being given these subsidies, that are being promoted and all these kinds of stuff. As we don't have something of the sort here, our government's just like, okay, you're a business, aya, uko na business permit, uko na hii, uko na hii, uko na hii. And there are so very many permits you have to pay for. So very many. I don't know why, because Mara, if you want to, you go to Nema, you have to have food, you what? You have to have all these things. They are not even in one app. That, with China, they've managed to put so very many things in WeChat. Messaging, social media, all these kinds of stuff. But as we are using independent stuff, and this DeepSeek thing made me look at it, and like, you look at China and you're like, they are in a world of their own. They've managed to create a manufacturing hub as we are looking at the West, and yet we need to be looking at them and learn from them, because currently where they're heading to is where we should be heading to, not the politics of the West and where they are. Where China is going, where the East is going, is where we need to head. If we are really a people of looking forward to greater things and efficiency at the end of the day, we really need to study China. So we don't need to be afraid of these people, because what they're creating a world of efficiency. Wakikwambia ambulance is $50, while in the UK you pay about 900. It's crazy. It's really crazy. And the food in US is actually much more, 10 times more expensive than what they get in China. And China grows their own food. Also, us as Kenyans, we have the capacity to actually grow our food, but we don't want to put initiatives for farmers to grow their own food. It's kinda it's really it's really depressing sometimes when you see, okay, fine, I have like a small porch over here, I can easily plant my garden and do all this kinds of stuff. But when you want to make it sustainable, the materials that you want to use to make it sustainable don't even match up to what you think you can easily get. When you see people building their own greenhouses, unaangalia yako ukisema, okay fine, I need to build my own makeshift greenhouse, but ukiangalia prices za vitu materials zenye unaenda kuambia wacha ikae. I want to be a plant dad like DK. I'll just let it be. But at the end of the day, Africa has the capacity to feed the whole world. We have it. We have it. Kwanza, this our lands are free to feed this world, but we don't usually, tunataka kwenda kuombaomba. Yet we have something that we can easily cultivate and make a norm and see, okay, fine, this and this is going to happen, so I need to get into this field. Mtu ataingia, and then they don't apprentice other people in farming. So very many people who graduate take themselves to farming, because at the end of the day, if they have that capacity and the land and how they can produce, they take themselves to farming, because farming is something that you can not easily, but the hard work you put and the techniques that you use, at the end of the day, if you continue and you easily it is easy to multiply. Just the same way Aguko said that you can easily multiply if you can easily multiply 1 shilling to 2. Farming has that ability. We really need to talk about tech. Hapa kwa tech there's so much to unpack. We don't need to, I don't like how other people keep some stuff that, something of this sort of like this online work. When you get to it's used, okay fine, you found a way to get online and have this online business and have like the transcription work. Umepata, you can do it, and then you want to charge other people like 500 shillings to know how to get into. So how are we helping ourselves? How are we know very well that kama saizi those jobs are actually saturated saizi, with people trying to find out how to get in, people paying other people money on all these kinds of stuff, instead of actually looking at the other side of this whole technology thing, of actually, okay fine, if we have transcriptions in one area, can we have someone transcribe in another area? Like, let's say if you have transcriptions in business, there's one in science, there's one from one language to the other, and all these kinds of stuff. There are different niches. I believe there's something for everyone. We can't all just dip our toes in. We try and dip our toes in everything, but there's something specific for everyone. We can bloom in a certain environment. But currently, saizi with the politics that is going on, we are not blooming because the environment that we are in is not conducive for the bloom itself. But with the kind of conversations that you're having, we are opening our minds, and we are actually seeing, and we are actually having that cognitive thinking, or that we can actually do stuff here in Kenya than we don't have to go do in any other abroad countries. Yeah, maybe there are skills, yes, we are hardworking, that is our selling point, but at the end of the day, we can, if the country's policies were conducive enough, we would actually do those things here. Mi sitaki kwenda kufanya kazi nje, ati naenda kufanya kazi nje, and yet I can do most of it. I can solve problems here. We are a growing economy. There are so very many opportunities, but are those opportunities problems that we need, that are being solved currently hapa hivi sahi, or do we want to solve westernized problems? That's my take.
Thank you, Eve, for that as well. We have about 5 minutes before we call it a night. Japonji, what are your final words for us today? I know you've been doing most of the listening from work. Talk to us.
Hey, Pipi, thanks for the mic, and I appreciate everyone who have spoken before me, and it's always a great pleasure. And I wanted to say this, I just wanted to respond before I continue. Someone said about something about job opportunities in Kenya, solving Kenyan problems. Look, it's not like there are no opportunities in Kenya, but I may ask you something. If I may ask you something, why would I become like a personal trainer or physical therapist in Kenya and earn like 3,000 Kenya shillings per day instead of doing it like in Middle East or in Europe where I can get the same in 1 hour, So you figure that out. So having said that, if there's something that I wanted to talk about, for example, for you who is doing these spaces on YouTube, you can diversify your income generation, such that I've done blogging before, and if only you can also, have a website, and then you can always have exclusive stories or something like that, and then you see how it goes. I've done blogging for 10 years before, and my first breakthrough actually, like if I may say, I made my first 2 million, my first 2 million from blogging, and it was very good. And those times we used to blog and post all those things that nowadays they're called the fake news or whatever. Before the AI age and all that, bloggers used to make good money. It was not most of us who used to make it big. We never used to blog even about news like Kenya. We used to blog about stories India, US. If you had like a good Meta or Facebook page, you see all those links. We used to tell people to click that thing. We used to make almost minimum $100 per day, and until Facebook changed its terms and wants you to pay to advertise and all that. But there's still opportunity as I speak now. It's only that you don't have time. But I would always suggest people that you do diversify your income sources and monetize such that, for example, whatever we are doing here, you can always, apart from just YouTube monetization, try to create a website, and write, even if it's 1 or 2 stories. If you do 1 story per day or 1 article, at the end of the year, you will have 300 articles, and that's a lot. So people can always go in and fact check, or you can always tell people, go and check this story here, so you own it, and also by doing that, you have this opportunity to showcase, to showcase or to advertise local advertisement for others. I've done this before. I've worked with Truco. I've worked with Gafla, the owners. I've done this during that. You remember those those decades ago when Gafla was Gafla. I've done all that, and I can tell you, any person listening who has internet, who can create a website, and who has you can get like 1,000 people to the site, you can make even $10 a day easily. Even as we speak, I have websites that I run, and I'm able to make those. I'm able to make maybe $12 without doing anything, huh? So as long as you have your articles there, and then you just have to learn about search engine optimization, SEO, and then you just write your good articles to solve some problems, and then that's it. People will be sharing organically, so that's what I wanted to say. And as I close, you see, I'm looking for someone here who can help me do a website. I'm planning. I have already the domain for someone who is a web designer. And before I continue, people see most of my websites are designed by Pakistanis, and Indians, because there's a problem, and I want to speak about it today. If I ask a Kenyan, a graduate like from JKR, or a youth who is hustling in Kenya, to come up and build for me a website, like for example, for downloading songs or live stream, they will tell me to put down 200K Kenya shillings. If I go to a Pakistani for the same job, they'll ask me for $100, So I'm just saying, there is that disconnect, with reality, So what I'm saying, if there's anyone here listening who is able, who I can partner with, I have the idea, I have a website, I want to work on, I had a website before the mdundo.com before I sold it. I want to work on another site like Mdundo, whereby people can upload and download music, and we just monetize, and then it just go organically. So anyone who can help design the website and all that, we can work together. Thank you so much, PP, and God bless.
Asante sana Japonji. I know you reach out to Mushiri wa Mushiri. I will tell you more about it later. Reach out to Mushiri wa Mushiri. It has been quite a conversation in terms of unemployment here on the Investment Mondays on Home Run with PP. Thank you so much for keeping me company. I see Chef Katie has joined us. Chef. Hi, Chef. Okay, thank you so much for keeping us company from the start at 4 p.m. all the way to 9 right now. I'd like to say thank you so much. We'll be back here again tomorrow for a State of the Nation, of course, putting a pulse on the nation's, a hand on the nation's pulse. But today I'd like to call it a night. Unemployment has been a great issue. It's actually the reason why we are here with Home Run with PP. And of course, as I always say, if you like what you're doing, you can always keep the lights going on. Nasikia Japonja anaongelea mambo ya extra sources of income. If you want t-shirts from Home Run with PP, t-shirts, caps, you can always support me anytime, any day. The branding is now official. So yeah, check it out and request for part of our merchandise to support Home Run with PP. Oluwande, you have final words for us before I call it tonight?
Yes, I was trying to maybe inbox Japunji, and I didn't get him on inbox, but I hope I'll be able to get you on DM. I think you've not activated your DM to private messages, because there are a few things I want to learn. Like I said, I want to set up my website for catering. So I'll really need advice, maybe a
Sorry,
tip.
Olwande, that is very easy. You don't even need to be an IT expert or a web designer. Okay, I will talk about it. Let me just DM you, and then you can always we can always work that around. I was trying to respond to your message I saw on the Jumbotron. Thank you, Peter. I'm out. Thanks. We will communicate.
Okay, thank you.
Asante sana for that as well. Inaona ni mzuri mnakuja hapa hivi pia mna connect. Msikwe tu unarudi bila kupata hata mtu wa kuconnect. I know the people have even gotten love on Home Run with Bibi, na alafu akacha kukuja kwa show. Yani nyinyi, yani Wakenya nyinyi, yani nyinyi Wakenya nyinyi, yani mtu anakuja kwa show yako anapata love, alafu anaacha kukuja kwa show yako. That is how bad it is. Yeah? Mnakuja mnatafuta love hapa, mna DMiana, that was a funny submission, alafu kesho na kesho kutwa siwaoni wote kwa space. Kidogo kidogo naona kwa timeline mnaitana habi and mami. Nashangaa sasa ni nini niliokosea wapi?
Pipi, mimi niko na bibi wawili already.
Sasa hiyo inakufanya even more dangerous. Inamaanisha uko na capability ya kuoa. Unajua sasa ni hatari zaidi, hata heri ile yenye hujui kabisa, lakini yenye unajua kabisa wewe ni mtu hatari.
Pipi, can I have one last word? I forgot something. Just one last word. Okay, Pipi, I just wanted to request if anyone who is interested in search engine optimization, I have a document that I can email everyone for free. I don't know how I can share it here, and it's something that I invested a lot on. I think when it was like $400, and I'm giving for free. So anyone can go through it and learn. How to open your own website, how to write search engine optimization articles, and then you can just have a website there. Yenye mtu akisearch tu kwa Google inatokea hapo, and you earn. You just earn passive income. It's called passive income. And I can tell you today, as you can see, most of the followers, I think 50% are from South Africa, because I always resonate with South Africa. I write a lot of articles about South Africa. For those who know how to blog, you realize that cost per click in South Africa inakwanga like almost $0.5. Kenya, cost per click inakwanga $0.01. Unaget. So, and then in US inakwanga between like $1 to sometimes $3. You see, so that's why my niche is always in South Africa mostly, and yeah, that's what I wanted to say. So anyone who is interested, I can just do an email or whatever. I don't know how I can do that, so I can send you that search engine. I've sent to a lot of people, and they have actually gotten to that point of passive income. You just need to follow. If there's anything, I can help you through it for free. Thank you so much.
Hi, reach out to Japonji for that as well. It's good to help each other grow as well. Big boss.
Kaka, najua hii itakuwa imekukera. Muda ule unasema unataka angalau upumzishe fuvu. Kuna sisi sasa ndio tunapata angalau kamwanya, angalau tujuliane tu hali. Jua si lazima sote tuongee katika mada. Kujuliana hali pia muhimu basi. Ila nashukuru familia ziko poa. Familia ziko poa, manake ndio nusu ya kuonana. Hivi tulipoamka tukamwomba Mwenyezi Mungu, tukamwambia asante kwa kutukumbuka, kutuamsha katika wale wamejaliwa kuamka leo. Sasa ni jukumu kutulinda kuwe na usiku. Usiku ukifika tena unarudi kwa Mungu. Sasa Mungu, ni muda tena ijalie na mimi katika wale watakumbukwa kuamka niwe mmoja wao. Yenyewe maisha na mtihani kaka, na katika hiyo mitihani tunajifunza mengi. Hili swali ndugu yangu la kuhusu ajira na maisha ya vijana ni vurugu sana. Ni vurugu zenye twende nyuma turudi mbele, itakuwa ngumu wakati samahani kidogo. Na leo kuna vikohozi nini, nimemsikia dada mmoja hapa, sitaki kumtaja jina, sipendi, amekohoa sana. Pia mimi naanza tu kukohoa. Hivi kwenye space umeweka pilipili?
Nimemwagatia gasumu ndani.
Tushazoea hiyo. Sasa katika upande wa vijana wapate angalau mapato na chochote watatia angalau hata riziki. Ni mtihani ambao mpaka leo hauna fumbo la kutatulika. Kwa sababu gani hauna fumbo la kutatulika? wale baba zetu, hata wengine si baba, ni babu aswa, bado wanaamini wao ndo wafao wawe kwenye hizo nafasi. Alafu bado wao ndo wanakushauri usomee hizo nafasi. Alafu hawana nia ya kuwa watastaafu leo, wataondoka leo. Wako radhi wafie kwenye hivyo viti. Si mtihani huo ndugu yangu. Ukisema ujichanganye urudi katika upande wa kipato cha kawaida, jitafutie kariziki kokote, bora kaingie tu. Wewe utaandamwa wewe. Hata uweke tomato zako 2 barabarani, uwe na kibanda angalau basi tu, isiwe shughuli. Kila mtu amesimama na vitabu vyake. Hapa ulianzaje kazi? Unalipa account wapi? Nini? Ifike tu time. Hata wao wenyewe wakubwa kae tu afikirie. Hao vijana wanateseka. Hao vijana tunawatarajia, tukisema hao ndo nguvu ya taifa. Nguvu ya taifa ipi hiyo yenyewe haina cha kuweka mkononi? Madamu ilikuwa ni funga kazi, acha niachie tu hapo. Ila wafikirie sana wanapowashauri vijana wasome na bidii waje wapate ajira, wawe tayari nao kuondokea hizo ajira vijana wafaa wapate. Basi tu. Sawa ndugu yangu kwa leo.
Asante
tu
sana
anasema
ndugu.
muda upatikane tu ni penye, angalau nikinena hivyo huwa nahisi tumesalimiana bro.
Vizuri hivyo bro. Ni hivyo, tunajua pia maisha mpaka yanaenda pale hivyo, unapata kwamba saa zingine umekuwa umelemewa kufika kwenye mic. So at least ukipata nafasi ya kuongea tunashukuru bro. Haya, asanteni sana. Thank you so much for everybody who has made this an amazing one. I'd like to call it a night right now. We'll be back here again tomorrow, same time, same place, hapa kwenye Home Run in PP 4 p.m. all the way to 9 p.m. East African time. My name is MC Pipita. See you tomorrow. Bye.
Ladies and gentlemen, join Home Run with PP every weekday from 4 p.m. to 9 p.m. only on X Spaces. Home Run with PP, the home of your most valuable social conversations.
Are you looking for video live streaming services? You want your church services to be on air? You do not know where to market your goods and services? At Sound Candid Talk, we deliver the best live stream services for your events, product and service launches, conferences, weddings, and lives. Reach on us today. At Sound Candid Talk, we provide live UHD broadcasting for church services, talk shows and podcasts, weddings, live bands, products and services launches, webinars and trainings, Zoom meetings, conferences, seminars, exhibitions, and virtual concerts. Sound Candid Talk Live News.